You may be seated. Good morning. Mr. Interpreter, I understand you're on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you just inquire? We don't have any known Spanish language interpreter required folks today, but could you just inquire to see if anyone needs your services?
Yes, of course. ¿Se encuentra alguien en la sala que requiere asistencia de un intérprete de español? Si puede levantar la mano, quien necesite un intérprete de la lengua español.
Oh, we do have someone. And could you please let me know who that is, officer? We might have two folks.
Yeah, two. One Vietnamese and one Spanish.
Okay. We're going to take I was aware of the Vietnamese interpreter requirement. We're going to take that matter towards the end. But we will go ahead. Let me get signed on.
This is 23?
Sorry, I'm going to let you guys work that out. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 2nd, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Buenos días, yo soy la comisionada Campbell. Este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 8 de la mañana para el día 2 de abril del 2025. Las órdenes para la toma de muestras de ADN y de huellas dactilares que se emitieron en el primer calendario de este mes van a aplicarse a todas las audiencias de hoy.
Oh.
You got moved to the 11, I guess?
So we don't have any Spanish language requirements?
No.
Interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
The gentleman who was going to require your services has been moved to the 11 a.m. calendar, so we don't actually have any Spanish interpreter matters today.
Okay, no problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for being available.
My pleasure.
All right, persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent, that any statements they make can be used against them. Persons appearing before this court are further notified that most of you have been appointed counsel. If you have been appointed counsel, or even if you are not being appointed counsel today, you do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you at your own expense. At the conclusion of your matter, you will receive written paperwork detailing my orders today. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start with the 25 cap. Oh. Sorry. Oh. We're going to go ahead and start with Eric Hasler, and then we're going to go to Kamari DeWitt.
All rise.
And Mr. Hasler, could you please state your name and date of birth?
Eric Heisler, 1236.
All right, and Mr. Hasler, you are here today on 3 warrants out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for probation violations. I am appointing you an attorney today and setting hearings for you in these matters on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. And your 3 cases for which you on which probation violation warrants were issued are CR 2023-115062, CR 2021-112142, and CR 2023-104945. I am holding you non-bondable on all of those probation violations today.
Why?
Based upon the order on the warrant from the Superior Court, you are non-bondable on those. So if you'll go ahead, step to the left, officer, I'll have your paperwork for you. All right, and I apologize. I'm going to go a little out of order if I could. And I did a very bad job of organizing today, and I apologize for that. I'm going to go ahead and ask number 25, Christopher Sanders, to come next.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Will you please go ahead, state your name and date of birth?
Christopher Sanders, 2/13/1993.
All right, and Mr. Sanders, you are here today on a probation violation warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for a probation violation. I am appointing you, or an alleged probation violation, I am appointing you an attorney this morning and setting a hearing in your case on April 9th at 8:30. You are non-bondable as a matter of right on this probation violation.
How so? Because I have a job, and to be honest, like, I have all the documentation that whatever the allegations against me, I have all the documentation saying that I've done everything.
All right,
and I literally just got out of the hospital like last week.
And you can take that up with your attorney.
No, that's cool. I'm just, you told me to ask questions, so I was trying to figure out why.
Okay. You're going to have to talk to your attorney about that. Go ahead, step to the left.
All right,
Officer will have your paperwork for you.
You can keep that with me. I'll do it.
All right. Hold on. Okay. Kamari DeWitt, please. Mr. DeWitt, will you please state your name for the record?
Kamari DeWitt.
And Mr. DeWitt, what is your date of birth?
12/30/2005.
Thank you. And Mr. DeWitt, you are here today on following an arrest yesterday on April 1st for theft of a means of transportation, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney and setting 2 hearings in your case. The first one is on April 8th at 8:30, and the second one is on April 10th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $5,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond, you are not to have contact with any alleged victim or any co-defendant in your case. So go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you. All right, Scott Smith, please. Actually, Mr. Smith, I'm going to take you at the end if you go ahead and step back. Thank you. Sorry. All right. Ollie Andre Hampton, please. All right, sir, you are here today on an arrest warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. On a direct complaint for possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and false reporting to law enforcement agencies, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Let me just finish and then I'll come back. I am appointing you an attorney today and setting 2 hearings in your case. The first one on April 8th at 8:30 and the second one on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Yes, sir.
You said intent to sell and stuff? My last time, when they just arrested me now, I wasn't doing anything. I had a weapon. I was not supposed to have.
The date of the offense, or the date of your arrest for this offense was, the offense date was December 18th of 2023. So I know that was a little while ago, but the direct complaint has now issued and the warrant was out for your arrest. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter of $1,000. Go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you.
Here, Mr. Hunter.
All right, Cleveland Gillett, please. Good morning, Mr. Gillett.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record, sir?
Cleveland Gillette.
And I'm sorry, will you say your last name again?
Gillette?
Gillette, like the shaving?
No, without the E and the N.
Okay. Oh, and Mr. Say it one more time.
Mr. Gillette.
Gillett. What is your date of birth, sir?
June 8, 1960.
And Mr. Gillett, you are here on a very old warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court on a direct complaint, which was issued on May 15th of 2006, based upon 2 counts of forgery, a Class 4 felony. Now, the bond amount in that 2006 complaint is $3,600. I have seen that you have had you've had no real law enforcement contact in quite a while. And in view of that, and in view of the fact that there was a bond placed on that in 2006, I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in your matter of $1,000. Okay. So if you're able to post that bond, I am appointing an attorney for you today. I'm setting 2 hearings, one on April 8th and one on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond, as I said, in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post that bond, you will be subject to certain release conditions, like not possessing drugs without a valid prescription and not driving without a valid license. So if you go ahead, step to left, officer will have your paperwork for you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Arnold Zepeda, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You are here on following your arrest yesterday. Actually, let me back up. Go ahead, state your name.
Arnold Zepeda, 11/15/1977.
Thank you so much. And you are here following your arrest yesterday for assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, fighting, Class 1 misdemeanors. An attorney should be appointed for you. This is a municipal court case, so an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which I am setting for April 9th at 8:30 in the Goodyear Municipal Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $1,500. In the event you're able to post that bond, no contact with the alleged victim, no returning to the scene of the alleged crime, and no weapons. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you. Jennifer Moore, please. Good morning, Ms. Moore. Will you please go ahead and state your name for the record?
Jennifer Moore.
And Ms. Moore, what is your date of birth?
1884.
All right. And Ms. Moore, you are here today following your arrest on a bench warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for failure to appear. I am setting a hearing in your matter on April 8th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I'm setting a bond amount in the amount of $2,500. If you go ahead, step to the left, officer will have your paperwork for you. Frederick Luvano. Good morning, Mr. Lovano. Will you please state your name for the record?
Frederick Levano,
And Mr. Lovano, what's your date of birth?
August 14th, 2006.
All right. And Mr. Lovano, you are here today following your arrest on April 1st for unlawful use of a means of transportation, passenger, a Class 6 felony. I am appointing you an attorney in this case, and I am setting 2 hearings on your case. The first one on April 8th at 8:30, and the second one on April 10th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $1,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, have contact with any alleged victim, and no contact with any co-defendant. Go ahead and step to the left. Officer, I'll have your paperwork, sir. All right, Kristen Cox, please. Good morning, Ms. Cox. Will you please state your name for the record?
Kristen Cox,
And Ms. Cox, what is your date of birth?
3/29/94.
Thank you. And Ms. Cox, you are here today for based upon offenses alleged to have been committed on March 6th, which were unlawful flight from law enforcement, Class 5 felony, failure to stop at police command, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I'm finding that you are not indigent, which means that you would be able to obtain an attorney at your own expense. I am setting 2 hearings in your case. The first one on April 8th at 8:30, and the second one on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. You are reminded in the event that you are able to post that bond, that you may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, and no driving without a valid driver's license. You go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you. All right, Anthony Hatcher, please. And then we're going to go to Bert Dahlman. All right, Mr. Hatcher, will you please go ahead and state your name for the record?
Anthony Joel Hatcher,
Mr. Hatcher, what's your date of birth?
1974.
Thank you. And you are here on a new case for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that violation. I am appointing you an attorney. And am setting 2 hearings in that case, one on April 8th at 8:30 and one on April 10th also at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond on this new case in the amount of $500. Now, you're also here because the violations in the new case, if true, would constitute a violation of your existing probation in case CR 2024-154799. And so you are also here today for, you were already, my mistake, you already had a warrant out for an alleged probation violation in your existing criminal case. In your existing criminal case, the probation violation, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So that's a total of $1,000. In the event you are able to post that bond, you will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours of your release because you're on intensive probation, okay? All right, so go ahead, step to the left, officer. I'll have your paperwork for you. right, Bert Dahlman, please. Good morning, Mr. Dahlman. Will you please state your name for the record?
Bert Dahlman, 12-1979.
Thank you. And Mr. Dahlman, you are here today because you were arrested on a warrant out of Maricopa County Superior Court for an alleged probation violation. I am appointing you an attorney and setting a hearing in your case for April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 for you. If you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you. Jennifer Snyder, please. Good morning, Ms. Snyder. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Lynn Schneider,
And Ms. Snyder, what is your date of birth?
3/13/1978.
All right, and Ms. Snyder, you are here today on a warrant issued by the Superior Court for an alleged probation violation. I am appointing you an attorney today and setting hearing in your case on April 9th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. In the event that you are able to post that bond, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. All right, if you go ahead, step to the left, the officer will have your paperwork for you. All right, Nicole Turner, please. And after Ms. Turner, we're going to have Manuel Ramirez. Hey, good morning, Ms. Turner.
Good morning.
Ms. Turner, will you please state your name for the record?
Nicole Teresa Turner,
And Ms. Turner, what is your date of birth?
2282.
I'm sorry, say it again.
February 2nd, 1982.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Ms. Turner, you are here today on two cases, so let's go ahead and talk about your first case. The new case for which you were arrested yesterday for criminal trespass in the first degree, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting two hearings in your case, the first for April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, and the second one for April 10th at 8:30 in the morning, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Okay.
In your new case, I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Now, you have an existing probation case in the Maricopa County Superior Court, and that's case CR 2024-117606. And in the violations in your new case, if true, would constitute a violation of your probation.
I have not been in contact with my probation officer. I had given someone my probation officer's phone number, and they weren't giving me my messages.
Okay.
So
in your probation case, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing in that case on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm setting a secured appearance bond for the alleged probation violation case in the amount of $500. Now, if you are able to post that combined $1,000 bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. That's on you, ma'am.
okay, I can do that.
Okay, so go ahead, step to the left, officer. I'll have your paperwork for you.
Oh, here you go, Teresa. Thank you.
All right, Manuel Ramirez, please. And then after Mr. Ramirez, we're going to take Anthony Latte. Mr. Ramirez, will you please state your name for the record?
Manny Ramirez,
And Mr. Ramirez, what is your date of birth?
October 4th, 1991.
Thank you. And Mr. Ramirez, you are here today based upon a warrant issued out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for allegations of a probation violation. I am appointing you an attorney in your case, and I'm setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event that you are able to post that bond, you will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation, okay?
I'm on intensive, okay?
You are on intensive, yes, sir. So go ahead, step to the left, get your paperwork. Anthony Ulate, please, and then we're going to take Brandon Pine.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Ulate, please state your name for the record.
Anthony Ulate,
Mr. Ulate, what is your date of birth?
12/1998.
All right, and you are here today on an arrest warrant issued by the Maricopa County Superior Court on a direct complaint based upon one count of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I am appointing you an attorney in this case, and I'm setting two hearings, a first one on April 8th at 8:30 and a second one on April 10th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $100. Okay?
Okay.
So if you go ahead, step to the left, officer, I'll have your paperwork for you. Brandon Pine and then Elise Chirban, please. Good morning, Mr. Pine. Will you please state your name for the record?
Brandon William Pine, 72491.
Thank you. And Mr. Pine, you are here today on a arrest warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for a direct complaint based upon the allegation that on November 20th, 2024, you possessed or used dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I am appointing you an attorney in this case and setting two hearings, the first on April 8th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and the second one on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $200 in this case.
Okay.
According to my information, you are currently on probation in a different matter. That's not right, is it? It is.
That's why I'm confused at. Does it say it implies that I got high or I possessed?
All right, hold on just a second.
That's why I don't understand, because I never had possession of drugs.
All right, hold up just a second.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So you can talk to your attorney about the substance of the allegations against you, because my information is that you're currently on probation. You need to go ahead, in the event you're able to post that bond, make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
That's fine.
So you go ahead, step to the left, officer, I'll have your paperwork for you. Elise Chirban and then Julie Ben.
I'm in here right now for third-degree murder. This is a brand new one. This might have been direct. Come on here. Hey guys, one thing before I leave, when it says F4, is that a felony? Yeah. Yeah, third-degree
Okay. Okay, so you let me know once he's done that, and I'll take him. Oh, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Elise Chirban,
And Ms. Chirban, what is your date of birth?
3/24/71.
All right, and you are here today, Ms. Chirban, on a bench warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for failure to appear. You already have an attorney in that case, so I'm not appointing one here today. I am setting a hearing for you on April 8th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in your case. So go ahead, step to the left. Officer will have your paperwork for you. Julie Ben, please. And then Sean Carlisle.
Julie Ben, April 27, 95.
Thank you. Ms. Ben, you are here on 2 warrants out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for probation violations in your case, CR 2023-111-0000 and CR 2024-123-344. I am appointing you an attorney in both of those cases and setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both cases. In both cases, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250, which means your total secured appearance bond is $500 today. In the event that you're able to post that, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay? So you go ahead, step to the left, officer will have your paperwork for you. All right, Sean Carlisle and then Christian Ike.
Hello?
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Carlisle, can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Sean Carlisle, 62983.
Thank you. And Mr. Carlisle, you are here today for a new arrest yesterday for criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. I did find probable cause for that violation. I am appointing you an attorney and setting a hearing on April 22nd at 2 p.m. Now, Mr. Carlisle, will you promise me you're going to go to that hearing?
I promise, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to release you to supervise release today, which means you will have to check in with pretrial services.
Okay.
But other than that, you'll be able to step to the left, get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Hey, no returning to the scene of the alleged crime, okay? All right. Christian Ike. All right, Mr. Ike?
Yeah,
Will you please state your name for the record?
Christian Marcus Ike, or just Christian Ike,
All right, Mr. Ike, what is your date of birth?
February 25th, 1996.
All right, and Mr. Ike, you are here today based upon an arrest yesterday for burglary in the 3rd degree. I did find probable cause for that violation. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first one on April 17th at 8:30, and the second one on April 21st at 8:30. Will you go to those 2 hearings?
Yeah.
Okay. Then based upon your assurance that you will go to those 2 hearings, I am going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance today, okay? No returning to the scene of the alleged crime. All right?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Yes. And we can, let's do the interpreter matter, and then we'll do the 2 folks that are left waiting in the gallery, and then we'll do the house calls, okay? Right, so if we do her matter. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. This is Commissioner Campbell. Wilson, you're muted. Do we have an interpreter on the line?
No, not yet. And I know Brooke made it know that she wanted to appear on it.
I thought she was appearing on number 10. Is she appearing on this one as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Consult the date.
This is Jacob Wilson, by the way. I don't know if anyone requested me, but I'm going to place myself on mute.
Mr. Wilson, this is Commissioner Campbell. Thank you for letting us know you're here. We're still we need to get State's Attorney on the line, and then we also need to get the interpreter on the line.
No worries, thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Wilson, just so we're moving along a little bit, I am going to ask your client to go ahead and come on into the courtroom, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer, can you have Ms. Tran come into the...
You sure?
And Ms. Gaunt, because you just came in, I don't know what you were listening to or not. We are waiting. This is an interpreter matter, so we are waiting to get the interpreter on the line. And then Ms. Tran is represented by Jacob Wilson, and Mr. Wilson is on the line as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Interpreter, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Xin chào, tôi là người thông dịch tiếng Việt cho quý vị ngày hôm nay. Rất hân hạnh được phục vụ quý vị.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to have counsel. I know we have counsel for Ms. Tran here. I'm going to ask Ms. Tran to introduce herself and give her date of birth, and then we'll have appearances from counsel, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Interpreter, could you please translate what I just said to Ms. Tran?
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. Dạ vâng. Dạ, bây giờ thì chị Trang thì chúng tôi sẽ cần biết là sinh nhật của chị ạ.
Tháng 3 ngày 12 năm 70.
Interpreter, I can't hear you or understand you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that?
Interpreter, I still can't hear or understand you.
I'm so sorry. Now?
No.
Hello?
That's better. Interpreter, will you please ask
Yes.
Tina Tran to state her name and date of birth?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Dạ, chị Tina Tran, thì chị cho biết tên của chị và sinh nhật của chị là ngày mấy ạ?
Tina Trần, tháng 3 ngày 12 năm 1970.
Tina Tran, March 12, 1970.
Thank you. And if we could have counsel for the state, please introduce herself.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you please repeat that? I'm sorry, the connection is bad.
Thank you. Counsel for the state, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Dạ vâng, luật sư của tiểu bang thì xin có thể giới thiệu quý vị được không ạ?
Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Chị nói lại không nghe rõ.
Dạ, luật sư của tiểu bang đó thì xin giới thiệu quý vị ạ.
Mình có luật sư rồi.
I already have my attorney.
Thank you. Could counsel for Ms. Tran please introduce himself and make his appearance?
Dạ vâng, vậy thì xin mời luật sư của chị Trang có thể giới thiệu bản thân được không ạ?
Yes, Jacob Wilson on behalf of Tina Tran, who is appearing in court, and counsel is appearing virtually.
Interpreter, this is Commissioner Campbell. You're going to need to translate that for Ms. Tran.
So could you please repeat that, sir?
Yes, Jacob Wilson appearing on behalf of Tina Tran, who is in court, and counsel is appearing virtually.
Thank you, sir. Dạ vâng, tôi là luật sư Jacob Wilson, đại diện cho chị Tina Tran và đang có mặt tại phiên tòa, và tôi có mặt là ở trên mạng ạ.
Dạ.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, based upon the information that I have in front of me today, I am finding that for purposes of appointing Ms. Tran an attorney, she is not indigent. So I am not appointing her an attorney today. Translator, you're going to need to translate.
Yes, ma'am. One moment, please. Dạ vâng, dựa vào những cái thông tin mà tôi đang có trước mặt ở đây đó, thì về cái việc mà bổ nhiệm như là phân công luật sư cho chị Tina Tran, thì chúng tôi sẽ không có bổ nhiệm một luật sư cho chị ngày hôm nay ạ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, are you, is your appearance limited to this initial appearance matter, or are you representing, are you representing Ms. Tran in her criminal, in her criminal matter?
I have a pre-file representation agreement. Oh, I apologize. Go ahead, interpreter.
Dạ, như vậy thì luật sư Jacob Wilson là anh đại diện cho chị Tina Tran trước đây là về liên quan tới cho cả cái đại diện cho chị suốt luôn, hay là chị đại diện hôm nay thôi?
Dạ suốt.
I'm representing Tina for the entire case.
Okay.
Dạ. Dạ. Dạ, tôi đại diện cho Tina Tran trong suốt cả cái hồ sơ này ạ.
Yeah. All right. Based on that, I am, and the information in front of me, I am not appointing Ms. Tran an attorney today.
Dạ, và dựa vào thông tin mà tôi có ở đây, thì ngày hôm nay thì tôi sẽ không có bổ nhiệm một cái luật sư cho chị Tina Tran ngày hôm nay.
Yeah. And Ms. Tran, you are here today on a arrest warrant out of the Maricopa grand jury arrest warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court.
Dạ, và chị Tran là ngày hôm nay là chị có mặt tại cái tòa Maricopa Superior Court.
You have been charged with the following: illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you please repeat that?
You have been charged with the following: illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony.
Dạ, chị bị kết tội là cái tội nhẹ là ở cái tội bậc 3.
Money laundering in the second degree, a class 3 felony.
Và tội rửa tiền là tội cấp độ nhẹ bậc 2.
Transport of untaxed cigarettes, a class 3 felony.
Và vận chuyển thuốc lá là tội nhẹ ở cấp độ 3.
Possession or use of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony.
Và sử dụng ma túy nguy hiểm, tội bậc 3.
And misconduct involving weapons, a class 4 felony.
Và sử dụng vũ khí trái phép là tội bậc 4.
I'm setting mấy chuyện này mình không có làm và mình không có biết gì hết.
Okay. Ms. Tran, I need you to hold.
Any crime.
Okay. And Ms. Tran, I need you to hold on for a minute, okay? I'm setting a hearing in your matter on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Ma'am, this is Indra speaking. Would you please repeat the time?
8:30 a.m. on April 9th.
Thank you, ma'am. Dạ vâng, và chị Tran thì chị sẽ ra tòa ở cái phiên điều trần là vào ngày 9 tháng 4 lúc 8 giờ 30 sáng ạ.
All right. As counsel know, the warrant in this matter sets forth a recommended amount of secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000 plus pretrial services to include ankle monitoring.
Và như luật sư thì đã biết đó về cái số tiền mà phải cái số tiền mà được mà phải đóng để làm 100.000 cộng thêm những cái phí trước phiên tòa.
Counsel for the state, would you like to be heard on release conditions, if any?
Vậy thì bên luật sư của tiểu bang thì có đưa ra muốn nghe về những cái điều kiện để mà thả phạm nhân ra hay không?
Your Honor, the state would ask that the court affirm the bond amount in the warrant. Our understanding is that Ms. Tran is a Vietnamese national.
Dạ vâng, và tôi là luật sư của tiểu bang thì tôi hiểu rằng là chị Tran là người quốc tịch Việt Nam.
Additionally, our understanding is that she frequently travels to Europe and potentially has access to large amounts of cash.
Và khi mà chị đi châu Âu đó thì có tiếp cận theo một cái lượng số tiền mặt lớn.
Không có.
We believe that she is a significant flight risk. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wilson, counsel for Ms. Tran, would you like to be heard on release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dạ, luật sư Wilson thì ông có muốn trình bày những cái điều kiện để mà có thể tha bổng cho phạm nhân hay không?
Your Honor, this is a case where Tina Tran has completely no involvement. This is a co-defendant matter where her husband is alleged to be the main perpetrator in this case.
Dạ thưa quý tòa, thì cô Tran là cái người trong trường hợp này đó là hoàn toàn không có liên quan gì hết, mà chồng của cô mới là người chủ yếu là liên quan trong vấn đề này.
Counsel received initial discovery in Ben Phom's case, and there is not a single mention of involvement with Tina or any location of drugs or involvement in this case regarding Tina.
Và với những cái gì mà chúng tôi phát hiện ra thì trong trường hợp này đó thì không có thấy là chị Tina Tran liên quan gì tới việc ma túy.
Regarding the flight risk, Mrs. Tran was on a church mission in Italy and returned voluntarily.
I'm sorry, sir. This is Linda speaking. Would you please repeat that?
Regarding a flight risk, Mrs. Tran was on a church mission in Italy and returned voluntarily.
Thank you, sir. Dạ. Về cái chuyến bay đó thì là chị Tran là đi trong một cái chuyến đi truyền giáo với lại nhà thờ đến Italy và quay trở về là tình nguyện ạ.
She was extremely concerned when she found out about Ben being arrested and immediately contacted private counsel.
Dạ, và chị đã rất là lo lắng khi mà biết được là họ bị bắt và đã liên lạc với lại luật sư.
We have had frequent contact in the past couple of weeks.
Và trong vài tuần vừa qua thì chúng tôi đã thường xuyên trao đổi với nhau.
Mrs. Tran is a U.S. citizen.
Và chị Tran là công dân Mỹ.
And regarding large sums of money, the Maricopa County Attorney's Office or a police agency involved in this case has already seized all of Mrs. Tran's bank accounts.
Dạ, và trong cái trường hợp mà rửa tiền, trong trường hợp này đó, thì cảnh sát và những người có liên quan thì đã kiểm tra xem xét các tài khoản của chị Tran.
For that reason, we are requesting a severe reduction in the $100,000 request and warrant to $10,000 secured. That is appropriate in this matter. She is not a flight risk.
Dạ, và vì vậy thì chúng tôi yêu cầu là giảm cái số tiền yêu cầu đó là từ 100.000 là xuống 10.000.
All right, I'm going to go ahead. Thank you, counsel. I'm going to go ahead and affirm the $100,000 secured appearance bond and assign Ms. Tran to pretrial services to include electronic monitoring.
Cho mình xin tòa cho mình nói vài tiếng được không?
Okay, Ms. Tran, you need to listen right now, not talk, okay?
Và luật sư thì bây giờ tôi khẳng định, tôi xác nhận cái số tiền là 100.000 là cái bảo đảm cho cái việc mà thân chủ của ông là sẽ xuất hiện tại phiên tòa, và cũng như là có những cái phần mà trước tòa và cần phải có cái theo dõi giám sát điện tử.
I am further ordering that Ms. Tran have no contact with any co-defendant and that she surrender all passports at her next court date.
Dạ, và tôi yêu cầu là chị Trang đó là sẽ không có liên lạc gì với những đồng phạm khác, cũng như là trong cái phiên tòa tiếp theo thì cần phải nộp lại hết những cái hộ chiếu của chị.
All right, Ms. Tran, if you stepped, is there anything further from counsel, Mr. Wilson?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything further from you, Ms. Gaunt?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Dạ, luật sư counsel, ông có nói thêm gì nữa hay không? Dạ thưa tòa không. Và luật sư của tiểu bang thì quý vị có nói thêm điều gì không? Dạ thưa không.
Thank you. Ms. Tran, if you'll go ahead, step to your left, officer will have your paperwork for you.
Dạ vâng, vậy thì bây giờ chị Tran, chúng tôi sẽ có những cái giấy tờ cho chị ạ.
All right, and Mr. Wilson, that concludes Ms. Tran's matter. You are welcome to stay connected, or you can disconnect, whatever makes whatever your preference is. Oh, okay. Well, there he went. Okay, Ms. Gaunt, I'm going to take number 1 real quick, and then we're going to move on to number 10. Okay. All right. Can we have Scott Smith, please? Thank you. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Scott Smith, date of birth 3/1/98.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, you are here on a warrant out of the Maricopa County Superior Court on a, hold on. I'm sorry. I read the wrong, well, I'm trying to read the wrong thing. All right, you are here on a direct complaint out of Maricopa County Superior Court for aggravated assault occurring on March 27, 2025, a Class 6 felony. I am appointing you an attorney and setting 2 hearing dates in your case. The first on April 8th at 8:30 a.m. and the second one on April 10th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $5,000. Right. Hold on. Yes, $5,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond, you are on intensive probation. You will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. Okay. If you'll go ahead, step to the left, officer will have your paperwork.
Real quick, I want to know, because I have a probation violation hearing, I want to know if it's possible that it can be intertwined with this case and my probation violation at the same time?
So you can, I am appointing you an attorney. You can talk to your attorney about that because I don't handle scheduling other than telling you what the dates are. So if you step to the left, officer will have your paperwork for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And excuse me, ma'am, this is Ginger speaking.
Oh, thank you. We only needed you on that one matter. Thank you, interpreter.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you for using our service. You have a great day. Goodbye.
Thank you. All right. Is the gallery cleared? All right. Alexander Eoff, please. Oath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. It's your last name, and you get to say it however you want to. Those are the rules. Mr. Oath, please state your name for the record.
Alexander Oath, December 6, 1996.
Thank you. And you are here today on a new case for 6 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, Class 2 felonies. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I should have, and setting 2 hearing dates in your matter, one on April 8th at 8:30 and one on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Ms. Gaunt, I apologize. I started through my thing. And would you like to make your appearance? And let me know if you want to be heard on probable cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Vaughn on behalf of the state. I do not wish to be heard on probable cause, but I would like to make a recommendation regarding those conditions.
Thank you. Based upon that, thank you, Ms. Gaunt. What is your recommendation regarding release conditions, if any.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $150,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Oath is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring as is required by statute, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. This recommendation is based on the nature of the charges. Mr. Oath allegedly possessed child sexual abuse material. Additionally, he engaged in chat conversations online with others to obtain more, including the possibility of engaging in these chats with minors. He has ties to South Dakota, which increases the possibility of his risk of flight. Additionally, the state is concerned that he was or may still be employed at an establishment that's frequented by minor children. The state is concerned that, again, he is a significant flight risk given the lengthy prison sentence that he faces if convicted as charged. Additionally, we believe he's a significant danger to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oath, and again, you have the right to remain silent. Would you like to be heard on, in response to state, the release conditions, if any, that are appropriate?
I've never done anything like this before, so I'd prefer to not have a statement on that.
Okay, and thank you. Okay. And Ms. Scott, I appreciate your comments. I am going to go ahead and set $150,000 secured appearance bond in this matter. I am going to assign, in the event that Mr. Oath is able to post that bond, I am going to assign him to pretrial services to include ankle monitoring. I am going to further prohibit Mr. O from accessing the internet through any electronic means except for court or work purposes. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, Mr. Oath. And you may not be alone with nor have the care or physical custody of anyone under the age of 18, even temporarily without order of this court. With that, Mr. Oath, if you'd like to step to the left and get your paperwork.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
And I apologize, and my timing's sometimes not great with you. I apologize. All right. Everyone?
Austin, not everybody?
Yes.
Yes, just the house.
Just the house calls. All right. All right. We have 5 house calls today. And these individuals are not able to be with us because they are a danger to themselves or other. The first one is Robert Lewis, who is here on a failure to pay warrant out of the Encanto Justice Court because of the nature of the charge. Mr. Lewis is not entitled to be appointed an attorney today. I am setting a hearing in his matter on April 17th at 1:30 p.m. in the Encanto Justice Court. I am inclined to release Mr. Lewis to his own recognizance. The second house call today is Franklin Greer. Mr. Greer is here on a new Superior Court case for shoplifting with an artifice, a Class 4 felony, which was committed on April 1st. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing Mr. Greer an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in his matter, the first on April 8th at 8:30, and the second one on April 10th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting secured appearance bond in Mr. Greer's matter in the amount of $1,000. The next house call is Chaz King. Date of birth 6/19/2006. Mr. King has been was arrested based upon an offense on January 5th, 2025 for murder in the first degree. I am finding probable cause for that violation. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $1 million. In the event that Mr. King is able to post that, Mr. King would be subject to ankle monitoring to include house arrest. The next house call is Justin Fountain. Mr. Fountain's date of birth is 6/19/1988. Mr. Fountain is here following an arrest yesterday for robbery, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. And I am appointing Mr. Fountain an attorney and setting 2 hearings in his case, the first on April 8th at 8:30 and the second one on April 10th at 8:30. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Fountain's case in the amount of $5,000. Our last house call is Rudy Pan. Mr. Pan date of birth is November 18th, 1964. Mr. Pan is here following his arrest on April 1st, 2025 for narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and failure to stay at the scene of an accident, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for all of those violations, and I'm appointing Mr. Pan an attorney and setting 2 hearings in his case, the first for April 8th at 8:30 and the second one for April 10th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond for Mr. Pan in the amount of $10,000. And with that, court stands in recess until the 11 a.m. calendar.
All right, guys, I'm switching it over. And
April Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a misdemeanor charge, failure to appear from South Tucson City Court, and the original charge was a theft. Looks like the underlying offense was from October of last year. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In this case, I'm going to appoint Michael Vaughn to represent you. Because of the failure to appear, sir, I'm going to impose a bond in this case. The original warrant amount was actually $200 by the South Tucson City Court judge, so I will honor that amount. I'm going to impose a bond of $200, cash or secured. If you post it, sir, do not return to the instant location, that business of the theft, wherever that occurred. Don't have any contact with them. And also, sir, I'm not seeing you on this, but it looks like you do have a felony case.
Do you know when I'm going to be sitting on this again?
Sorry?
Do you know when I'm going to be sitting on this case again?
Yes, their next court date is actually tomorrow at 10 a.m. The jail will make sure you get seen by video if you're still in custody by then. Just going to check I thought you had a felony case.
So I'll get seen on this tomorrow, so tomorrow I should probably get OR on this?
Well, I can't guarantee what the judge is going to do at the South Tucson City Court. So it looks like you are being held on a felony matter as well. So that's separate from this. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Your excuse for today, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. Oh. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Devontae Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some misdemeanor charges out of Marana City Court. They are for domestic violence, disorderly conduct, 3 counts, and domestic violence assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So, sir, today I am going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, which is going to be April 30th at 10 a.m. at the Marana City Court. When you get released from custody this morning, you'll get a sheet of paper with the address and all that on there. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence. You can have contact with your girlfriend, Dizanne Jones, and your mother, Terry Ward, but no contact with your brother, Isagni Tucker. He doesn't, no contact with him at this time. Don't try to go find him or anything, but it's okay to have contact with Dizanne Jones and Terry Ward. All right. Next court date's April 30th at 10 a.m. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Understand all that, sir?
Yes.
Your excuse for today. Thank you.
Another? Yeah. Winter?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Ronald Thomas Weger.
Thank you, Mr. Weger. This is the time set for your initial appearance from Pima County Justice Court. I'm seeing you on 2 misdemeanor counts of domestic violence and disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So today, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. It's going to be April 14th at 10:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. You'll get a sheet of paper with all the information when you get released from custody today. Sir, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence. Right now, your parents, the victims in the case, Manuela and Jeffrey Weger, they don't want any contact with you right now. They don't want you coming back to their house, so don't go back there. You can go back one time with a police escort. If you have any personal belongings you have to pick up, you can go back one time with police escort. Otherwise, don't be going back there. Don't be trying to talk to them. They don't want contact with you at this time. All right, your next court date is April 14th at 10:30 a.m. Make sure you show up to court. If you don't show up, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Understand all that, sir?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Good day. Warner, Henry?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Henry William Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some misdemeanor charges out of Pima County Justice Court. They're for threatening and intimidating domestic violence and disorderly conduct domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So today I'm going to release you, sir, on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Your conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. At this time, no contact with Carol Gordon. Don't try to go find her at her work or her residence or anything like that. No contact at this time with her. Your next court date is April 14th at 10:30 a.m. You'll get a sheet of paper when you get released from custody with the date and time and all that. But it's April 14th at 10:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Warner?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Ellen?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Stephen Mellon.
Thank you. You have a middle name?
Robert.
Robert, thank you. All right, Mr. Mellon, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some misdemeanor charges out of Tucson City Court for DUI, driving under the influence, criminal damage, court order. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. It's also ordered consolidating any civil cases that are pending currently with Mr. Mellon. Sir, today I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date, which is going to be May 1st at 9 a.m. at the Tucson City Court. Conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license and no drugs or alcohol while the case is pending. If you fail to show court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days because you're on warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. It's in your best interest to show up to court and get this taken care of. You understand all that, Mr. Mellon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is also the time set for your arraignment, sir. I'm going to issue not guilty pleas on your behalf. All right.
Thank you.
Excuse for today, Mr. Mellon. Thank you.
Thank you. Palmer.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Ralph Jordan Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some failures to appear out of Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia and threatening and intimidating. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Looks like there's been a couple failures to appear in this case.
I'm homeless, Your Honor. I didn't know. I lost track of the date. I have no problem showing up. I'm going to accept the plea that they have already offered and I've already discussed with them.
Okay. Do you have somewhere you can stay? A stable housing? I know you say you're homeless, but do you have friends or anything you could stay at? Or
I can probably stay with my mom.
where does she live?
In Marana.
In Moreno?
Yeah.
You have a way that you can contact her if you get out today?
Yes, ma'am. I do have a tent as well. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to release you today on your own promise to appear for your next court date. You already had a warrant for your arrest with a bond amount, so I'm giving you a second chance here, okay? If you don't show up to court next time, the next judge may not be so lenient, all right? So own promise to appear, no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with any of the alleged victims, don't try to go find them or anything, stay with your mom in Marana, or other, you haven't talked to her yet though, if you can go back and stay with her.
No, but she'll probably let me. She's been asking me to come home.
All right. Well, I'm not going to order that you stay with her. That sounds like a good place, but if you can't make it there, when you get released from custody, sir, outside the Pima County Jail, there is a transition housing center. You might want to stop by with them. Sometimes they can help with temporary housing. Sometimes they could provide a phone and that sort of thing. So you might want to stop by with them when you get out. Okay. Your next court date, sir, is May 8th. That's about a month from now at 9:30 a.m. at the Tucson City Court. It's a month out, so you got to make sure you show up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear, warrant can issue for your arrest, and you don't want to be keeping going in and out like this. All right.
Thank you.
Understand all that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're excused for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Tovar.
Thank you, Ms. Tovar. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a failures to appear from Tucson City Court for assault and disorderly conduct, domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to be appointing the Tucson City Public Defenders to represent you. The judge on this case from Tucson City Court has ordered a bond of $200, so I'm going to honor that bond request. So you're going to be held on $200, cash or secured, ma'am. If you do post it, do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not try to go find them or anything. You're going to have an attorney, ma'am. Your next court date's next week, April 11th at 1:45 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video, and the attorneys will be there. If you fail to appear for court,
I'm here until when?
April 11th is your next court date, ma'am. If you post a bond, it's up to you to make sure you show up. If you're still in custody, the jail will make sure you get seen. If you fail to appear, warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, ma'am? All right, thank you. You're excused for today, Ms. Tovar. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Christopher Michael Hope.
Good morning, Mr. Hope. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing today on some new felony charges for failure to register and failure to of identification, also for possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Looks like you also had a failure to appear in Pima County Superior Court and are held because of that other case, post-indictment in Superior Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you, and Mr. Gibson, counsel, is seated next to you for purposes of today. I'm going to be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the inner complaint, and the state's written recommendation. Looks like for the drugs case, the state is recommending $1,000 and potential screening for steps. And for the other matter, the failure to register a $5,000 bond. Mr. Terrace, anything further you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson?
Your Honor, just considering the nonviolent nature of the offense, Mr. Hope's been a 10-year resident of Tucson area. I think release to pretrial services would be appropriate.
All right, thank you. Because of the prior failure to appear, that's post-indictment in Superior Court, and in lieu of a no bond hearing, the state's recommending bond in both cases. I do think a bond is appropriate. For the failure to register case, I'm going to order a bond of $2,500, cash or secured, release to pretrial if posted. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring or treatment as directed, and upon release to report to the Sheriff's Department, Benson Highway, within 2 working days to provide proper identification and address. And then for the drug case, I'm going to order a bond of $500, cash or secured, same conditions. Mr. Hope, your next court date is going to be April 14th at 1:30 p.m. This is for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hope. Your excuse for today.
Sure. Almost for $1,000, it was $2,500.
Hold on, Mr. Hope. I apologies. I forgot to tell you something.
Feeling rich for $2,500.
So, Mr. Hope, the state has said that you may be eligible for a pre-indictment substance abuse treatment and counseling program. Would you be interested in participating in that?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll set a steps hearing on April 9th. That's next Wednesday at 9 a.m. So if you're still in custody, they'll make sure you get seen for that. But there's a screening that takes place, so you'll find out next week if you are eligible to participate in that program.
What is it again?
It's called STEPS. It's a drug substance abuse treatment program.
Okay. That's see if they screen for it, see if you're qualified. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
Yeah. Let's go back out. We're from the list.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Pineda.
Thank you, Mr. Pineda. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some Tucson City Court charges, failure to appear for criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. You also have a new charge of disorderly conduct and drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In this case, I'm appointing the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Sir, you had prior failures to appear and you got arrested on new charges, so I'm going to impose a bond in this case of $250, cash or secured. If you do post it, sir, no contact with any of the victims in the alleged case. Do not return to the incident locations. Don't go back to the Safeway on Broadway where you were arrested. Your next court date, sir, will be April 11th at 1:45 p.m. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you're still in custody, the jail will make sure you get seen by jail. The attorney will be there as well. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days because of warrant status, you may lose your right for a direct appeal. You understand the consequences of failing to show to court, sir?
Yes. So, ma'am, it's a misdemeanor, right?
Yes, they're all misdemeanors.
Okay, I should be released today. I mean, I don't have no charges. I mean, these are new charges, ma'am.
You have a pending case from Tucson City Court. You already had a warrant from Tucson City Court. You were pending those, and then you got arrested on new charges.
But I had my lawyer take care of it. She was already dismissed. All the charges were dismissed.
Well, that's not what we see here. We see that there was a case on February 15th, and then there was a court date March 18th, and you did not show on March 18th.
I had my lawyer postpone it because there was discrepancies in the case or something like that, so they dismissed it.
Okay, well, you can figure that out. You can figure that out next week when you see the judge next week.
Well, there were false charges, so my lawyer had it dismissed.
Well, that's not what we show here. They're not dismissed, sir. So you can figure that out next week when you see the Judge Hale. You're being held on 250. No, you're being held on 250 because you're on warrant status. On a misdemeanor, yes.
So what are the charges?
I just told you, sir. The failures to appear. The new charges are for paraphernalia and disorderly conduct. The old charges are for criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. All right, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf, sir. You'll have an attorney next week, and you'll see Judge Hale. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
There keeps up.
Let's see the launch you. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Joshua Blaine Michael Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Juan. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges of aggravated assault, temporary but substantial disfigurement, aggravated assault on a peace officer, and aggravated assault on a healthcare professional. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. We'll be appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Juan. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial. Mr. Terrace, anything else you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson?
Just I agree with the state's recommendation of having released to pretrial services, considering how he scored on the 2 scales and no priors.
Mr. Juan, if I release you today, do you have a stable address?
Yes, ma'am.
Where would you go?
1001 North Bonito Ave.
Is that in Tucson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victims in the case, do not go to the incident location. Your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing on April 22nd at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go, so just keep in contact with the public defender, your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Juan. Your excuse for today.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, so the paper for you. Just make sure you call both. The public defenders preferably call both. All right.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Nicholas Luis Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some felony charges of aggravated assault, serious physical injury, 3 counts. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'll be appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and counsel is seated next to you for purposes of today. I got to set some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is $50,000. Mr. Terrace, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, the state does recognize the lack of criminal history for Mr. Rodriguez. However, given the nature of the offense, including the injuries to the victims that were detailed in the interim complaint, the state believes a bond is appropriate given the nature of the offense.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like reading the interim complaint, I did not see whether any standardized field sobriety tests were conducted on the defendant. I know that there was some type of test, saliva test for THC. That's the only, it's like the only piece of evidence that would point to impaired driving. Other than that, there's, and obviously a terrible accident. As far as his criminal liability, I did not see a lot of information detailing any alleged criminal culpability of this. So I think a bond of no more than $10,000 would be appropriate.
So I did see in the interim complaint, it wasn't laid out specifically, but did say displayed signs and symptoms of impairment through his field sobriety test. For the
I stand corrected. I didn't see that. Okay.
I do think a high bond is appropriate in this matter. I'm going to go actually above the state's recommendation, impose a $100,000 bond in this case, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. So if you do post that bond if you're released, do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed, no contact with any of the alleged victims, do not try to find them or anything like that. Your next court date, Mr. Rodriguez, is a preliminary hearing on April 14th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for that date or any future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused for today.
Call that. Here today. Are you from state? Are you a public attorney? You'll be assigned through off. I don't know which attorney this is. I would call that this afternoon. Right.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Larry Dean Poole.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a felony charge of criminal damage. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've read the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's written recommendation. Appears to be a $5,000 bond request. Mr. Terrace, anything further you'd like to add?
Your Honor, I understand that DUI is not charged in this incident. However, given some of the evidence located after the accident, as well as the prior DUI conviction on the defendant's record, the state believes a $5,000 bond is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Terrace. Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like he scored low, 2 points in each of the scales. No prior felonies. I think a bond of no more than $2,500 would be.
Mr. Poole, you are employed?
Yes.
What do you do, sir?
Construction?
It's full-time?
Yes.
You live in Pima County?
Yes.
All right. Sir, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You'll be released today. Conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no illegal drugs or alcohol, no firearms, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal damage, don't try to go find them or anything like that. Your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing on April 22nd at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go, so please keep in contact with the attorney. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or any future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Poole?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please? Thank you, Mr. Soto. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on new felony charges of burglary in the second degree, possession of dangerous drugs, aggravated harassment, domestic violence, possession of drug paraphernalia. Those are the felonies. Also seeing you on Tucson City Court failures to appear for theft and possession of drug paraphernalia. It looks like you have a parole violation warrant out of DOC. I'm not seeing you on the DOC matter, of course, but just letting you know you are being held on that as well. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. We'll talk about the felonies first, and then we'll talk about the Tucson City Court. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is $75,000. Mr. Terrace, anything else you'd like to add?
Your Honor, the state would just add that given some of the allegations in the interim complaint, as well as a pretty extensive criminal history, as the court noted, two separate cases where the defendant's on parole, the state believes a $75,000 bond is appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the bond amount, I think a $25,000 bond would be sufficient to assure his future court appearances.
All right, thank you. I will impose a bond of $25,000 on the felony matter, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact whatsoever with the listed victim, Ms. Lydia Johnson. There is an active order of protection, sir, so all conditions of the active order of protection as well. Your next court date for the felony matter will be next week, April 14th at 1:30 p.m. Excuse me, not next week, the following week, April 14th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant may issue for your arrest. And also just to let you know, if you do post that bond, sir, because of the DOC hold, they're likely to just take you into DOC custody, so you might lose that bond.
Yeah.
All right. On the Tucson City Court case, sir, I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you since you're being held. There was an original bond amount on this matter from the Tucson City Court judge, so I'll honor that request of $250 bond, cash or secured. If you do post that again, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any of the alleged victims of the shoplifting or theft. Don't go back to businesses. Next court date for that will be April 11th at 1:45 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video, and the attorney from Tucson City Public Defender's Office will be there. You understand all that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today, Mr. Soto.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Thank you, Mr. Terrace.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Perfect, thank you. And frankly, I'd rather just clear at 11:45, do those, than do it with language line. All right, let's see. Oh, this one didn't update. Okay, can the interpreter hear me? I knew that. You told me that. Alrighty, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 2nd, 2025. This court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of the month will also apply to these hearings. All right, Mr. Green, are you in the meeting?
I'm actually going to be covering for him.
You are? Okay. All right, then let me... I'm trying to get Teams running. That's how come I didn't know. And now ISIS is not coming up. Sorry, just one more second. Okay, well, there's ISIS. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and start with Mr. Mull then. Devin Mull, you want to go ahead and come up? And she's going to be heard. Do we have another DO? Do we have another DO? Wait right there, sir. Just wait right there.
Oh, no.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and have a seat, please. Will you let them know? What other ones might you appear on?
Number 30, number 18, and then the one with council number 21.
Okay, hold on. 16, sorry, I have a new pen. You can just see on the bottom. All right, 16, 30, what else were the other ones?
18 and 21.
And 21, 16, 30, 18, and 21. All right, so I can do 16, 30, 18, and 21. All right, so well, if you let them know, we can get another...
Yeah, she's coming.
Oh, perfect, okay, thanks.
We have to close processing, so...
You do what?
We have to close that processing, so she can...
Okay, all right, so we'll do what we can, and then there'll be one we have to do at the end. So it's 16, 30, 18, 21. Okay, so we'll do three of them right now, and then she can go out again. Okay.
She just closed it, she's coming in.
Okay, thanks. All right. Hi, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Mull, where are you? Devin Mull, you can go ahead and come in, sir. After Mr. Mull, let me have Julian Avila go sit in the chair right there by the door. Mr. Avila, you will be after Mr. Mull. All right, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
David Mull, 10/23/2006.
All right, thanks. And then the appearance of counsel, please.
Thank you, Honor. Donna Paso State.
All right, thanks. All right, Mr. Mull, I just need you to keep eyes front, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you have been arrested on one allegation of murder in the second degree. It is a Class 1 felony. The alleged offense date is April 21st of 2024. Based on what the police have submitted, there is probable cause for that crime, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Scheduling your first two court dates. The first one will be April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 6 days from now in the downtown Superior Court, with the preliminary hearing scheduled for April 10th at 8:30. The court address will be on your paperwork. Before the court sets conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $1 million cash-only bond in this matter. The basis for that is the serious nature of the charges. There is a strong weight of the evidence. Mr. Mole made admissions to law enforcement. Additionally, although Mr. Mole is only 18 years old, our understanding is that he appears to have a juvenile adjudication related to a firearm possession, I believe out of Pinal County. Additionally, he was arrested in December of 2024 on an additional weapons offense. Given that a firearm was also used in this homicide charge, we are concerned that he is a significant danger to the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Mole, I've considered what's been alleged against you. Your juvenile history, you haven't had much time to acquire adult history, but I have considered your juvenile history and the recommendations of the state here today. Based on those, the court does find that a $1 million secured appearance bond is appropriate in your case and the least onerous bond that could reasonably be set to protect the community and ensure that you comply with release conditions and appear for court. So your bail is $1 million secured. Secured means you can use the services of a bail bondsman. You have other conditions you're ordered to comply with, which include whether you are in or out of custody, absolutely no contact with the next of kin for the alleged victim. If you're out of custody, you cannot go to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact, whether in or out of custody, with any witnesses or co-defendants you may have. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. Everything I've just told you will be on your paperwork, and we've got your copy coming right there. Thank you, officer. Just take that from her. You can step out to your left. Thank you. All right, then Mr. Avila, and after that, Kenneth Eaton, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Julian Victor Avila, 0508-1997.
Thank you. And the appearance of counsel, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Vaughn, Paso State.
All right, Mr. Avila, please just keep eyes front. All right, sir, you are here on one new case and two probation holds. In the new case, you were arrested for robbery, a Class 4 felony, and possession of a weapon by prohibited person, also a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for both of these, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. And you were also here on probation holds because the probation department will be filing petitions to revoke your probation in both of your cases, and you'll get a copy of those petitions at your next court date from your lawyer. All right, your next court date is going to be different for each of the case types, but eventually they will come together. In the new case, it's going to be a status conference April 8th, which is 6 days from now, with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. In between those, you'll go to probation court on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That is for a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. Before the court sets conditions of bail or release in these cases, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. In regards to the new matter, the state's asking for a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Our understanding is that Mr. Avila is on probation for 3 cases at this time, including kidnapping. He allegedly robbed a store employee and physically assaulted that employee. Additionally, he was in possession of a firearm that was stolen from that victim, and he is a prohibited possessor. Additionally, just to let the court know, the kidnapping conviction that he's on probation for now involved the use of a firearm as well. The state is concerned that he's a significant danger to the community. In regards to calendar number 35, his probation matter in that kidnapping charge, the state would ask that he be held non-bondable pursuant to Rule 7.2C, as the state believes that there's a reasonable likelihood that he will suffer a term of incarceration.
All right, thank you. Mr. Avila, the court has considered what's been alleged against you, your criminal history, your probation status, and the recommendations of the state here in court today. Based on these, I do believe that there is a substantial probability that in all probability you will suffer a term of incarceration. That means be revoked to prison in each of your probation cases. So you do not have bail today in those cases, pursuant to Rule 7.2C. In your new case, now the court will set bail at $25,000 secured with written conditions, but you shouldn't try to post that bail if you're still being held on any of your probation matters. You have written conditions as well. In that case, they include no victim contact, whether you're in or out of custody. No contact with any co-defendant. I don't know if your mother is going to end up a co-defendant or not. If she does, you're not to have contact with her. All right, everything's going to be on your paperwork, and I think if we have your set, do we have his paperwork, or shall I send him out? Okay, if you go ahead and have a seat, we're going to send it out. Thank you. All right, Mr. Eaton. After that, let us go to Raven Stevens, please. Hello, sir. I need your full name and your date of birth, please.
Eaton 22882.
Thank you. And appearance of counsel, please.
Thank you, Honor. Brooke Gone, Paso State.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. You've been arrested on the following allegations: stalking involving a fear of death, that is a Class 3 felony, threatening and intimidating as a Class 6 felony, harassment by communication, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 4 allegations of harassment by following someone in public. Those are Class 1 misdemeanors. There is probable cause for all of those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 6 days from now in the Downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. Before the court sets conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Honor. The state's asking for a $25,000 secured appearance bond, and if Mr. Eaton is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring. That request is based on the nature of the charges. He allegedly continues to follow, contact, and harass the victim despite an order of protection being in place. He's allegedly made threatening and intimidating statements to the victim. His behavior towards the victim seems to be escalating. The Form 4 indicates very disturbing and concerning behavior, including multiple phone calls and very threatening and intimidating messages left for the victim. The victim is extremely fearful of him. She has indicated to law enforcement that she has armed herself with a firearm because she's concerned of what Mr. Eaton may do. We believe he's a significant danger to the victim and that bond is appropriate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Eaton, I've considered what's been alleged against you, which is considerable and quite detailed by the police. I've considered your criminal history and the victim impact statement that was submitted, as well as the recommendation of the state, and the court believes that is a reasonable and appropriate bond in this case. You will have to post it to be released. It is $25,000 secured. If you post it, you will be on an electronic ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. Whether you are in or out of custody, you may not have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim. Even one text could get you charged with aggravated harassment. I put the statute in your paperwork. I recommend you look it up. One text could result in a no bond holding on a new felony at a hearing of this type. So read that. There are very significant consequences to violating these release conditions, in addition to losing your bail money. Absolutely, you may not go to the scene of any of the alleged crimes. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. If you get served with an order of protection, which I note in counsel, I'm not going to scour back through this. I was assuming that the order of protection had not been served, at least for most of what was alleged. It hadn't yet been served.
It only got served yesterday.
Okay, and that's only a misdemeanor. Violating that order of protection is only a misdemeanor. That is by far the very least thing that you are accused of. What you are accused of is unequivocally probable cause for stalking, and not a little stalking, very serious stalking with very serious and highly specific allegations regarding the threats. And so this is well above what the court even sees on the average stalking case. So you need to be very careful to comply with release conditions. One step out of line, if it is violating the no victim contact order, could result in you being held in the jail without any bond at all on a new felony. So think carefully before you contemplate doing anything like that. Speak to your lawyer. I did appoint a lawyer for you.
Am I able to bail myself out?
You are. And then you go on the ankle monitor and you do everything they say.
Right now, bail myself out?
At any moment, you may bail yourself out. All right, everything you need to know will be on your paperwork. We're going to get you that copy. You can step out to your left.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens. And then Eduardo Vargas, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Raven Stevens, 4/30/1991.
All right, thank you. You're on two things. One is a warrant from the Pinal County Superior Court, and one is a misdemeanor arrest. I'm going to start with your warrant from Pinal County. You are on felony probation there, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed And the warrant was issued for your arrest on December 9th of last year. I'm going to let them know they should appoint a lawyer for you when you get there. Your court date in Pinal County Superior Court will be April 7th, which is this Monday at 8:30 in the morning. That court has ordered that you are to be held without bond, and this court finds that, therefore, there is a substantial likelihood that you will be revoked to prison in that case. So I am affirming their order. That is a no bond order in the Pinal case.
Why was it?
Excuse me?
Why would they revoke me as my first violation?
Talk to the Pinal County Court. They're the ones who made the finding and ordered that. So, you are also here on a shoplift case from El Mirage City Court. You are accused of committing shoplifting to misdemeanor allegations from yesterday. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you for the bond purpose only. You're not otherwise entitled to a lawyer in a misdemeanor shoplift case, but I am giving you a $500 secured appearance bond in that case. As long as there is a bond in place, you will have a lawyer there to represent you on the bond question only. Your arraignment hearing in El Mirage is scheduled for April 8th at 8 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes, nor any Walmart store, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything's going to be on your paperwork, and we'll get you your copies. Thank you very much. Just grab those and step out to your left. Thank you. Mr. Vargas. And then Dontriel Burns, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Eduardo Antonio Vargas, 7/29/1978.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were booked in for 3 allegations of organized retail theft of merchandise. Those are Class 4 felonies. The alleged offense dates are March 8th, March 15th, and March 23rd of this year. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. In between those, you're going to have a bail hearing. That's April 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It is an evidentiary hearing. The reason you need a bail hearing is that there's probable cause for new felonies while you have an open and pending felony case. And the law says that you may not be given bail today. You must be held for a bail hearing. You may or may not be given bail on the 9th, but you are not eligible today. You are held without bond. So we're going to get you a copy of your paperwork. If you take that with you, it's got all of your court dates on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then Mr. Burns, you can come in. After that, Sebastian Gomez. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Dontriel Burns.
What's your date of birth?
September 20th, 1998.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case, a probation warrant, and a city court warrant. I'm going to start with your new case. New name, that's a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. And you're also here on a probation warrant. You are on probation for a felony, and back on February 12th, a petition to revoke your probation was filed, and a warrant was issued for your arrest. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. All right, in the new felony case, your next court date is April 8th. That's Tuesday, next Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. In between those, you will go to probation court on Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. Finally, you're here.
I have to go to work.
What?
I have to go to work.
Okay, well, I haven't told you what's happening yet, but hold on. In Peoria City Court, you're here on a drug paraphernalia warrant. You've been charged there with possession of drug paraphernalia. On February 12th of 2025, a failure to appear warrant was ordered for you out of the Peoria City Court, so you need to go to that court, currently scheduled for April 8th at 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court. All right. In your probation case, the court finds that you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison, and so you are held without bond in your probation case. So you will not be at work, at least until the probation judge were to decide to reinstate you or give you a bond. So in the new case, the resisting arrest, you have a $50 bond to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. Don't post it if you're still being held without bond in your probation case. In the Peoria case, you also have a $50 secured bond to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. I'll let you read the other conditions on those for yourself. You can talk to your lawyer next week at your probation hearing. Everything's on your paperwork. We'll give you a copy of that. You take that, step out to your left.
So I have two cases.
You have a new felony case. You have a probation revocation case, which I know you know what that is because this is your fourth petition to revoke. And you have a Peoria City Court case. So everything's on your paperwork. Sorry?
What's in Peoria?
It's there on your paperwork, but it is a misdemeanor drug paraphernalia charge.
Okay.
Good luck, sir. Mr. Gomez? And then Giovanni Rodriguez, will you please go to the chair?
Rodriguez.
Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Sebastian Gomez, 11/01/2006.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and carrying a deadly weapon under the age of 21, a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference April 8th, which is 6 days from now at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. And I believe the state's recommendation, it's written one in your case, is appropriate. You have an extensive juvenile history. There appears to be a strong weight of evidence alleged against you in this case. So bail is set in your case at $50,000. It is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. If you post it, you will be on an ankle monitor under house arrest. You may not leave your residence without court permission if you bond out. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with the alleged victim or any of the witnesses. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Obey any order of protection or order against harassment that's served on you. And you'll see in my order that no victim contact order applies. Whether you are in or out of jail, it applies through third parties, through social media, just none. I don't know if you heard what I told an earlier defendant about what can happen if you violate the no victim contact order. You can be brought in on a new felony charge and held no bond. So don't do it. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll get you your copies. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez? He's got a black t-shirt on and a goatee. He's only about 23, 24. He's a young guy, early 20s, black t-shirt, goatee.
Yeah, because we call him off.
All right. How about Emily Ross? Will you please come in? And after that, unless we find Mr. Gomez, we will do Cassandra Franklin. All right, ma'am, I need your full name and your date of birth, please.
Emily Rose Roth, 9/30/1989.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for 2 allegations of possessing dangerous drugs for sale, 1 allegation of possessing narcotic drugs for sale. Those are Class 2 felonies. Also, possession or use of a weapon during a drug trafficking offense. That's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is this Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be Thursday, April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. That address is on your paperwork. Your bail is $5,000. It is cash only. If you post it, comply with all of your written conditions. Those include no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not go to nor reside at the scene of the alleged crime, but you can do a civil standby with law enforcement if you need to collect belongings, because that is a hotel. So you could go get your belongings from the hotel if they still have them, but you may not stay there while the case is pending. Everything else is on your paperwork, and if we get you your copy, should I have her sit down? Why don't you go ahead and sit down, ma'am? We'll send it out to you. Ms. Franklin? And after that, unless we have Mr. Rodriguez, let's do Sarah Christian. All right, ma'am, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Hi, Cassandra Bianca Franklin, December 4th, 1988.
Okay, thanks. And then, counsel, did you want to appear on this one?
I did, Your Honor. I received information.
Ma'am, I just needed to keep eyes front, please.
Okay, sorry.
On behalf of the state, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. All right, does the information affect probable cause? Or just release?
At this time, Your Honor, the state's going to be filing a motion to dismiss with prejudice on this matter. It appears that Ms. Franklin has already been prosecuted on these charges. I'm not sure exactly where the issue arose. Normally, I would be asking the court to no action it. I don't know if the court can do that, given that it's an arrest warrant, but we do have the paperwork to go ahead and file the written motion to dismiss with prejudice downtown.
Gotcha. So, right. So it looks like this got refiled and nobody realized it had already been filed, maybe. Okay. Well, so, ma'am, I don't have any way to I don't have the ability right now at this type of hearing to dismiss the case, but what I can do is release you and say why. So, give me a couple of minutes to type. So hold on a second. So I'm not going to appoint a lawyer for you. If anything gets weird and they're like, no, we are prosecuting you, then you can apply again and get a lawyer. But I'm not going to waste any lawyer's time on it unless and until it doesn't go down the way she said they expect it to.
Okay.
I'm just going to save work for the county attorney's office. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to OR you, and I'm going to put this matter is pending the filing of a motion to dismiss. Defendant was notified. I'm going to put the number in here because one day we're supposed to have our own court admin phone number automatically print on our paperwork. So let me just make sure it's in here, and then I'll tell you what I think you should do until you figure out what's going to happen.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
I do have a quick question. I have my meeting tomorrow with my probation officer tomorrow afternoon. Will I be able to attend that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second, okay? Because now it didn't say what I had. So I'm not ordering. So here's what I'm going to do. Pardon me. Still going to do no victim contact just because. And when you call your PO, I'll give you a thing. So I am going to order some release conditions because that's not a no probable cause finding. Double jeopardy is a completely separate thing. So walking myself through it, I'm going to still give you some release conditions, but I'm releasing. Okay. So. All right, ma'am, based on the state's avowal, and we need to, give me a second, I got talking and typing at the same time. Why isn't that saving? Okay. Good Lord. Okay, sorry, I got to type it a third time. This is Cassandra Franklin. Yeah, that paperwork's bad. I'm not done, we're doing something completely different. I don't know why I'm having trouble saving this. Okay, hold on a second, because I keep trying to redo the same thing. I'm going to copy it next time before I try to save it. Okay, that one worked. Alrighty. Okay. You are released on your own recognizance. I'm not appointing a lawyer today because we I don't have any reason to think this won't happen. I do have to give you court dates, but they're going to be 2 weeks out. So it's April 17th at 8:30 for status conference, April 21 for preliminary hearing. I just put the number for court administration on your paperwork, and what I wrote is, defendant is ordered to attend all court hearings until advised by court administration that the dismissal has been granted. So take this paperwork, show it to your PO, and you can say, look, what happened to me yesterday, and they can help you maybe keep track of it. You're always on the hook to contact your PO within 72 hours of any release from jail, so don't miss that meeting, and that'll count. And then they can even maybe help you keep track of it. Hopefully the motion will be filed sooner rather than later, and you'll get an answer well before this hearing. But you can basically keep calling, like start calling that same week, like the week of the 17th, which is Thursday. So maybe like that Monday, start calling that number and say, do I still have to be there on Thursday? I was waiting to find out if the motion to dismiss got granted. And so just don't miss any court hearings, because that could turn into a warrant even if ultimately the dismissal gets granted. If the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, somebody says, where's this woman? She's not here. Warrant. And nobody realizes that maybe there's a motion to dismiss pending. So I'm just trying to help you avoid getting arrested for no reason again. So keep calling that number, see if you can get a good answer. If you can't get a good answer, show up on Thursday, on the 17th, and say, do I still have a court case? And so, but hopefully by using that phone number, you can avoid having to show up at all. I just, just to CYA, you got to come right up until the motion to dismiss has been granted, okay?
Okay, that's 602-506?
Yes, that's the people you start bugging. I'd start bugging them around April 14th to say, there's supposed to be a motion to dismiss. Has it been granted? Okay. And then if they say, yes, it has, you have no more court case, you're done, cool. Otherwise, always better to show up to avoid a warrant.
Yes.
Because the warrant could issue, and then the motion to dismiss could be granted 5 days later, and then you could potentially get arrested again for a case that you should not have been filed.
Don't want that.
As far as we understand it. But again, I don't make the final decision. I haven't seen the motion to dismiss. That's up to the court who reviews it. But like I said, this is very unusual. She wouldn't be asking me if they weren't pretty sure. So talk to your probation officer tomorrow. Just follow those instructions, and hopefully it all works out. And this is long gone before the 17th ever comes around. Okay? All right. Good luck, man. Try to be patient. It's still very slow to be released. I'm sorry about that. Just talk to your PO tomorrow and keep checking in. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. Good luck. All right, Mr. Rodriguez. Well, I'm glad you guys got that sooner rather than later. All right, are you Mr. Rodriguez? Right here, sir? Yeah. And then Sarah Christian, will you go to the chair? Right here, Mr. Rodriguez. And then Sarah Christian to the chair, please.
Hi.
Hello, sir. I need your full name and date of birth, please.
Giovanni Rodriguez.
What's your date of birth?
May 31st, 2001.
All right, thanks. And because I think you weren't in court when the recording played, I just want to be sure to remind you that you have two important rights. Well, you have many important rights, but the two I have to remind you of are the right to remain silent in a criminal case and the right to the assistance of a lawyer. And I am about to appoint a lawyer for you. All right, you got booked in? For theft of a means of transportation, it is a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for it. And as I said, I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. You have two upcoming court dates. The first one is this Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30. That's a status conference in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. That will all be on your paperwork. And I do believe the state's bond recommendation is appropriate in your case. It is $5,000 secured. I am setting that with release conditions that include no going to the scene of the alleged crime, that's where the car may have been stolen from, no contact with the alleged victim, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You have to call your federal PO within 72 hours of any release. It's my understanding the marshals did place a hold on you here at the jail. So if you post the bail, the marshals will then be given 24 hours to come and get you and put you in front of a federal judge. Most people I know aren't eager to do that, but if you want to post the $5,000, that's what's going to happen, and the state will be required to get a writ to pull you back out of federal custody for prosecution. What was your question?
I'm good. I want to wait till marshals come pick me up.
Okay, and I did give you a lawyer. You can meet with your lawyer in this case on Tuesday, the 8th.
I understand. I have federal probation at this moment, right?
Yep.
About the case that you guys charged me, I want to talk
To your
with my lawyer.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Yes, and I
And
gave you a
then-
lawyer
and then-
because you can fight that case. You can fight this case. I gave you a lawyer to help you defend this case.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So, all right, we're going to get you your paperwork and you'll be all done for today.
Okay, and after that, the marshal is gonna come pick me up, like
Correct.
maybe today or tomorrow.
No, when this case is done, when this case is finished, the marshals will be notified, or if you postpone, they'll be notified. They have a hold on you at the jail, which means whenever it is that you're released in this case, either because the case is finished or you posted bond, the marshals get a phone call and say, this guy is scheduled to be released. This jail will hold you for up to 24 hours to give the marshals a chance to come and get you and put you in front of a federal judge on your probation violation in federal court.
Okay, so how long is it gonna take me to? I can see my lawyer.
In this case, you'll see them on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
In this case.
Is nothing. Is something possible that I can see him soon? Because
we're gonna give you the.
I want to tell him before I go process. I want to talk first with him because.
Okay. Do we give him the yellow sheet? Okay, you're gonna get a piece of paper about how to contact them in advance. The public defender.
Yeah, because I have family. I mean, I know I have probation, but.
Okay.
The reason why I'm here, I'm gonna figure out.
Understood. Sure. All right. So, do we have his paperwork, officer? So I'll have him sit down.
Sit down.
Okay. Do you guys sit down? She needs to bring you your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Ms. Christian, Sarah Christian, and then Jeremy Peru. Will you please go to the chair? Where's Sarah Christian, please? Sarah Christian. She's got like pink and blonde hair. Yeah, that's her. Sarah. Right here, ma'am. After that, Jeremy Peru, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Sarah Renee Christian, February 18th, 1999.
All right, thanks. You're here on one new case and 3 probation holds. In the new case, you were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 6 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. You're also here on probation holds in your 3 felony probation cases. And in those cases, the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new allegation. And looking at the probation notes, they're going to have other things they're alleging as well, because apparently they were days from filing the petition to revoke on you anyway. So they'll include everything that they have to allege against you, including this new arrest. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer in each case at the next court hearing. All right, I'm setting 3 court hearings for you today. The first 2 will be in your new case. That's a status conference on Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing Thursday, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. You'll go to probation court for your first hearing on Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30. That's a revocation arraignment. Eventually, they will all come together in the system. I just am unable to do that for you today. All right, in each of your 3 probation cases, your bond is $2,500 secured, and the new case is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That is $7,550 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. If you step to your left, they should have your paperwork for you. Thank you. Mr. Peru? And then Clement Frankson, will you please go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, pleplease?
Jeremy Ryan Peru, 10-2048.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You're arrested for possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs. Those are Class 4 felonies. Also, drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I need to take a pause really quick. No, I won't say that because he's being very nice. He's a good guy. Okay. Sorry, we're just trying to arrange our interpreters. All right, so Mr. Peru, as I said, I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm scheduling your first 2 court dates. That will be a status conference Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30, followed by a preliminary hearing Thursday, April 10th at 8:30. The address in the downtown Superior Court will be on your paperwork. Based on your criminal history, your bond is $2,000. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. That includes no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. If you step to your left, the officer will give you a copy of your paperwork. All right, Mr. Frankson? And then John Idy, will you please go to the chair? Where's Mr. Frankson? Clement Frankson. All right, Mr. Idy, go ahead and come in. Okay, can you help me out there? All right. Yeah. Frankson's a youngish guy. with a black hoodie on. He's got a little goatee. He's about 40. Yeah, Mr. ID right here. I need Clement Frankson. Do you see his picture, officer?
He, I think, might still be in Phoenix Court.
Okay. All right, then Faith Leva, we go to the chair. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
John Michael ID, March 24th, 1963.
Yeah, that's him, officer. Sir, don't sit down. You're next. All right, Mr. ID?
Yeah.
You're on a warrant from El Centro Justice Court. It's a driving on suspended license case. It's a class 1 misdemeanor. And your court date there in El Centro will be an arraignment hearing April 7th, which is this Monday at 8:30 in the morning. That is the downtown Justice Court. The address is on your paperwork. And your bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with your conditions. Don't miss that court date. If you don't bond out, the public defender will be there to help you on the bond issue only. Everything's on your paperwork.
I'd like to go ahead and bail out.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and talk to them about that.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Frankson? And then Faith Leva, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Clement Frankson Jr., 81180.
All right, thanks, Mr. Frankson. You weren't here when the hearing started, so I just want to remind you of your two important rights that are the right to remain silent in a criminal case and the right to the assistance of a lawyer. You've already had a lawyer appointed in this case. This is a failure to appear warrant at a status conference in a case in which you've been charged with possessing narcotic and dangerous drugs. Those are class 4 felonies. This warrant was issued October 24th of last year. You're going to have a status conference in this case April 10th, which is a week from tomorrow, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bond in your case. It is $500 secured with written conditions. If you step to your left, the officer will give you a copy of those. Thank you. All right, Ms. Leva? Okay, and this is the lawyer one? Okay, right, great. All righty, and, all right, let me see. Thank you very much. 1 second. I'm going. Let's see. So I'm just trying to get my camera turned on. Okay. Ready. Okay. All right. Ms. Leva, let's start with your full name and date of birth.
Faith Leva, August 25th, 2002.
Okay, thanks. And then the appearance of counsel, please.
Yes, Elizabeth Moffett.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Leva, you were arrested on allegations of assault and disorderly conduct, both class 1 domestic violence misdemeanors. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you have retained one. You're going to be arraigned in the Surprise City Court April 29th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And counsel, normally I give counsel a chance to earn their fee, represent their client. I am in a little bit of a hurry this morning because we got interpreter issues. So I'm going to cut to the chase in your case. Having reviewed this Form 4, I find that it is conclusory and it does not provide information regarding the actual underlying factual allegations. And on those facts, this court declines to find probable cause for this arrest. So you can, review the Form 4 with your client, but in essence, Ms. Leva, the police announced to me that you did things. They did not tell me why they thought you did those things. They just announced them as though they were established fact. And that's what we call conclusory. They can't arrest somebody and say, this guy robbed a Circle K. They literally have to say, on this date, here's how we know. We have witnesses, we have video, he confessed, whatever the underlying facts are. So they provided zero basis to conclude that you did these things. So, counsel, I'm just going to order that your client be released and report to court. But Ms. Leva, you're not ordered not to have contact. We make no other orders when we don't find probable cause. So you're not prohibited from contacting the victim. You're not prohibited from going there because I did not find probable cause for your arrest. It does not mean the case is dismissed. So you are on the hook to go to all of your hearings. If you're not there, there could be a warrant issued for your arrest. We don't dismiss cases. We just make a preliminary probable cause finding for purposes of release conditions only. Any questions, Ms. Maupin?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Leva, we're going to get your paperwork printed. We'll email it to you, counsel, and then just call your lawyer, when you get out, square up with her and figure out what's going on, okay? All right. Thank you so much. You're welcome to disconnect. All right, you're going to step out. Thanks. All right, Ms. Yazzie, Helena Yazzie, and Fabian Zarate, will you please go to the chair?
Okay.
All right, can I have your full name and date of birth, ma'am?
Helena Yazzie, 10/21/91.
All right, thanks. In a new case, you were arrested for shoplifting as a class 4 felony. And let me look. Yeah, that was using a device to facilitate it, and those are fanny pack and or larger backpack. Also, dangerous drug possession, class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. And your next court date is going to be a status conference, April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now, with a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork. And the state did recommend a bond for you. I understand why they did that. In this case, with your criminal history, meaning no prior felonies, I'm going to give you a chance at pretrial services release. So you do not have to post a bond. You should be aware, though, ma'am, that the county attorney is aggressively prosecuting felony shoplift. If you are not there, there's going to be a warrant issued for your arrest. If you pick up a new charge while the case is pending, you really could face a prison sentence just for shoplifting. People are going to prison all the time for shoplifting now. So you need to take these release conditions seriously. You are prohibited from going to any Target store, including this one. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Do not miss your court dates, ma'am. You're probation eligible right now. If you pick up a new felony while this case is pending, you may not be. So everything is on your paperwork. Just take it with you. Don't violate your conditions. Don't miss your court date. Keep the envelope. It tells you how to call pretrial when you get out, okay?
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you. Mr. Zarate? And then Larry Morgan, will you go to the chair? Or Mr. Zarate? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Fabian Zarate, 6/13/75.
All right, thank you. Here in a new case, you're arrested for possessing narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 17th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 21st, 8:30, same court. All of that is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you to pretrial services as well. You do have some criminal history, and I'm concerned about you making it to court. I will let you prove me right or wrong, though, so I'm going to release you. You do not have to post bond, but with your criminal history, you miss one court date, and you will get stuck in here on a bond, so don't do it. Everything is on your paperwork. All you have to do is go talk to your lawyer. I'm going to have you call into pretrial services after you get out, so don't lose that envelope. It also has a bus pass in it. Follow those directions. Come to court. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, you are released then. Just take your paperwork and step out to your left. Thank you. Mr. Morgan? Then Ashley Adel, we go to the chair. Yeah, I'll have them in a couple minutes. Hey, officer, in a couple minutes, can we clear so that I can do the one Spanish and then we'll bring in the other two Spanish? I'm trying not to lose my interpreter for lunch, okay? And we're okay. And I've got an FOJ. If we wait through the FOJ, he's going to go to lunch. All right, Mr. Morgan, I need your full name and date of birth, please.
Larry Morgan, 10/31/91.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. It's a class 5 felony, and there is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you. You don't financially qualify, and you told pretrial you're going to hire one. So your next court date will be a status conference in about 2 weeks, April 17th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. And I'm going to follow the state's recommendation to release you to pretrial services. A case could be made for a bond in your case, but you don't appear to have prior felonies, and this is a probation-eligible offense. So I'm going to, and you're also not accused of actually hurting anyone, so I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You have to call in with them. Do not miss your court dates.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll get a warrant and a bond. And in a case like this, missing a court date plus the nature of the crime tends to strongly suggest you won't voluntarily come to court in the absence of a bond.
Yes,
so everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'm going to give you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adel, Ashley Adel. And then, so we know what we could do is, whenever Jared wants to come in, we could start the other two Spanish, and then we'll get cleared before we finish. Okay. Does that sound good, officer? We'll get the interpreter, and we're going to start the two Spanish, then we'll clear, then we'll do the third one. Okay, thanks. All right, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Ashley Otto, 10-11-98.
Okay, thanks. You're hearing a new case. You got booked in for shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, but I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because I'm not giving you a bond today. I'm releasing you. Your arraignment hearing is April 22nd at 9 in the morning in the Santan Justice Court, which I believe is in Chandler, but the address is on your paperwork. You are prohibited from going to any Walmart store, including this one. No contact with any of the witnesses there. And this Form 4 lists no, that's the booking paperwork, it lists no criminal history. So I'm releasing you, but I will tell you, $479 worth of merchandise typically indicates theft for resale, which is also known as felony theft. So you need to take this very seriously. As I told an earlier person, shoplifting is being aggressively prosecuted right now. You come in on a new offense, and while this one is pending, you're going to get a bond. And you're going to increase the likelihood of somebody charging you with felony shoplift. Everything is on your paperwork. Just follow those instructions and come to court. Will you do that?
Yes.
All right. If you step to your left, you get that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And let me know when he's in, and I'll start calling the... Let me look.
Interpol.
Okay. Wait. Oh, hi there. Okay, let's start with Mr. Valencia Valenzuela. If you come to the podium, please.
Señor Valencia Valenzuela al podio.
And then Mr. Picasso Garrido, will you please go to the chair? You'll be next.
Y señor Picasso Garrido, si puede pasar a la silla. Le va a tocar enseguida.
All right. Mr. Valencia, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Señor Valencia, ¿me puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Alejandro Valencia, 29 de febrero 92.
Alejandro Valencia, February 21st, 1992.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You've been arrested for the following crimes.
Gracias, señor. Está aquí por un caso nuevo. Se le ha arrestado por los siguientes delitos.
All right. Identity theft, a class 4 felony.
Usurpación de identidad ajena, delito mayor de categoría 4.
And assault, a class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor.
Y agresión, delito menor de categoría 1 y de violencia doméstica.
There is probable cause for both of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer for you.
He determinado que hay motivo fundado para ambas acusaciones y estoy nombrando un abogado para representarle.
At 8:30 in the morning.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you got cut off.
Sorry. Your next court date is the status conference Tuesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning.
Gracias. Su próxima audiencia es una consulta de actualización el 8 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing is April 10th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar es el 10 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You have a $5,000 secured appearance bond and written release conditions.
Usted tiene una fianza de $5,000 de caución real y condiciones escritas de puesta en libertad.
Those include no contact with any victim in the case, whether you are in or out of custody.
Incluyen nada de contacto con ninguna presunta víctima, ya sea que esté encarcelado usted o no.
Victims include whoever's identity this may be.
Las víctimas incluyen la persona de quien sea la identidad.
And the woman you are accused of slapping.
Y también la mujer de quien se le acusa a usted de abofetear.
All right. And this one, officers, I want to reprint the paperwork. I just noticed I left something out.
Y señores agentes, quiero volver a imprimir esta hoja. Noto que dejé algo, omití algo.
That includes that you may not possess any weapons or alcohol.
Incluye también que no podrá poseer ninguna arma ni tampoco nada de alcohol.
And you must obey any order of protection that gets served on you.
Y tendrá que acatarse a cualquier orden de alejamiento que se le entregue a usted.
Everything will be on your new paperwork. If you please have a seat, we'll send that out when it has been printed.
Todo va a estar en sus nuevas hojas. Si puede tomar asiento, estamos imprimiendo las hojas nuevamente y luego se les van a entregar.
Mis cosas están en el departamento donde sucedió. No sé cómo pueda recogerlas.
My things are at the apartment where this supposedly happened. I don't know how I can get those things.
Okay, I'm going to permit you to go one time with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings.
Le voy a dar permiso para que pueda ir una sola vez acompañado de un agente, ya sea de policía o de sheriff, para recoger sus pertenencias, pero solo una vez.
Okay.
So, you would have to call the Phoenix Police Department non-emergency number and request the accompaniment of an officer.
Tiene que llamar al número del Departamento de Policía de Phoenix, que no sea de emergencias, y solicitar el acompañamiento de un agente para recoger sus cosas.
As long as they can see the order in your paperwork, they will do it for you.
Siempre y cuando vean que está la orden en los papeles de usted, lo van a hacer por usted.
But you have to go with the officer there to keep the peace.
Okay. Pero tiene que ir acompañado físicamente de la gente para que se mantenga la paz.
She's got your paperwork.
Ella tiene los papeles de usted. Okay.
Mr. Picasso?
Señor Picasso.
And then, officer, will we be ready for the last one? Officer? Okay, are they clearing after this?
Well, we have, Joe?
No, I've asked that it be cleared after this guy.
Oh, after this guy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought that was very clear. That's why I'm trying to kill time so you guys could get the room cleared.
Okay.
I just want to take it down to the last Spanish speaker, that's all, and then we'll have to bring them back in.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Bueno, gracias, señor. ¿Puede darme su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento?
Esteban Picasso Garrido, 28 de noviembre de 1975.
Esteban Picasso Garrido, November 28th, 1975.
All right, thank you. You were arrested for one allegation of aggravated... No, I'm sorry. You've been arrested on a warrant.
Disculpe, ¿ha sido arrestado por una orden de arresto?
My apologies. I confused you with someone else.
Lo confundí con otra persona.
This is a new arrest, and the felony allegation is aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol or drug.
Lo confundí con otra persona. Es un delito mayor, una acusación de manejar bajo los efectos del alcohol con agravantes.
There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for you.
Hay motivo fundado para eso y estoy nombrando un abogado para representarlo.
I will let you ask a question at the end.
Le voy a permitir que haga preguntas al final.
You were also arrested for driving on a suspended, revoked, or without a license.
También fue arrestado por manejar o con la licencia suspendida o revocada o cancelada.
And that is a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y ese es un delito menor de categoría 1.
All right, there is probable cause for both of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Hay motivo fundado para ambos delitos y estoy nombrando a un abogado para representarlo.
Your next court date will be Tuesday, April 8th. It's a status conference at 8:30 in the morning in the one second. Okay, it is. All right. It'll be in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paperwork.
Su próxima audiencia va a ser una consulta de actualización el martes 8 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana y va a ser en el juzgado del Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro de Phoenix.
Your preliminary hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar va a ser el 10 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your bond is $5,000. It is secured.
Su fianza es de $5,000 de caución real, o sea, asegurada.
If you post it, you will report to pretrial services for drug and alcohol testing.
Si usted deposita la fianza, se tiene que reportar con la Agencia de Control de Procesados y hacerse análisis de drogas y de alcohol.
You may not possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription.
No podrá poseer ningún arma ni tampoco ningún medicamento sin la receta médica ni ninguna droga ilícita.
And I need to reprint your paperwork because I am ordering that you not drive a motor vehicle at any time.
Tengo que volver a imprimir los papeles de usted porque también le estoy ordenando que no maneje ningún vehículo motorizado en ningún momento.
So if you please have a seat, we're going to send out your new paperwork in a moment. Thank you.
Si tome asiento, vamos a mandarle sus papeles lo antes posible.
I forgot you had a question.
Sí,
So
se me
let me
pasó que
translate.
tenía una pregunta. Adelante.
Sí. Disculpe la pregunta, el oficial que me paró no venía alcoholizado. Me sacaron dos tubitos de sangre y no han checado que si tengo el alcohol o no, pero no venía manejando borracho.
I was not driving under the influence of anything. They didn't do the breathalyzer on me. They drew 2 tubes of blood, but I had not been drinking at all.
Here's what they have. Probable cause to believe you were impaired by drugs or alcohol, which is what the law requires.
Estas son las pruebas que tienen.
They have provided
Motivo fundado que usted estaba manejando de forma deteriorada, supuestamente bajo los efectos o de drogas o de alcohol.
They have provided sufficient specific allegations of evidence of impairment for purposes of probable cause.
Los policías han proporcionado suficiente información para establecer motivo fundado en cuanto a las pruebas.
No breathalyzer is required for there to be probable cause.
No se requiere de alcoholímetro para que haya motivo fundado.
You can speak to your lawyer about how that works.
Puede hablar con su abogado sobre cómo funciona eso.
But they have provided ample evidence to support a finding of probable cause.
Pero han proporcionado suficientes pruebas para respaldar motivo fundado.
Disculpe, ya tiene más de 10 años que no consumo alcohol, nada de eso.
It's been 10 years now, more than 10 years since I've consumed any kind of alcohol.
Okay, sir, the law says drugs or alcohol.
Bueno, señor, la ley dice drogas o alcohol.
And the drugs don't have to be illegal drugs. They could be prescription drugs.
Las drogas no tienen que ser drogas ilícitas. Pueden ser medicamentos de receta médica.
The question is impairment by a substance.
La cuestión es deterioro de la capacidad de manejar debido a las observaciones que se hicieron.
And at this stage of the proceedings, they do not have to show that conclusively.
Y en esta etapa del proceso no tienen que demostrar eso conclusivamente.
For conviction, the evidence must be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Para que se le pudiera condenar, las pruebas tendrían que ser más allá de una duda razonable.
That is not the level required at this hearing.
Ese no es el nivel requerido en esta audiencia.
You may speak to your lawyer more about how that works.
Puede hablar más detalladamente con su abogado de cómo funciona eso.
I have time for one more question and that is all.
Tengo una pregunta para una pregunta más y ya, perdón.
Okay. Sí tengo mi abogado, pero también quería saber, pagar la fianza de $5,000, me está diciendo $5,000.
I have an attorney, but you're saying that to be able to get out, I have to pay $5,000, right? $5,000?
Correct. It is a deposit, and you can use a bail bondsman to possibly do that for less than the full amount.
Sí, es de $5,000, pero es un depósito y puede usar un fiador. Así que existe la posibilidad de que depositara menos que esa cantidad.
After court, you will have access to a telephone to call bail bondsman.
Después del tribunal, va a tener acceso a un teléfono para llamar a un fiador.
Ajá. ¿Cuánto es lo que puedo depositar ahorita para salir a fianza?
So how much would I deposit to be able to get out on bail?
It depends on what the bail bondsman wants to charge you. Call them and ask them. You can speak more to the officers after court. If you'll please step out, they'll give you your paperwork.
Depende de lo que le quiera cobrar el fiador. Tendría que negociar eso con el fiador y puede llamar más con los carceleros después. Si puede salir, por favor. Gracias.
Okay.
All right, and so we're just going to take a little break while we get everything clear. And I think the gentleman back there in the back, he can stay. The guy with his lawyer, he can stay, officer. My apologies, interpreter. I think I miscommunicated with the officers. We're still not clear.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I heard you when it all happened. So it's the Guzman Enriquez that's left?
Yes.
Okay.
That's who we're going to do, and then we're going to have the other folks come back in.
Okay.
Guzman Enriquez? Yes. Everybody else is put home.
Welcome back, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Guzman, you can go ahead and come in, and we'll wait for the door to close. All right. No, al podio.
Señor, detrás del podio.
All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Señor, ¿puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Sí, David Fernando Guzmán Enríquez, 1 de marzo de 1980.
Yes, David Fernando Guzman Enriquez, March 1st, 1980.
All right, thank you. You have been arrested on a warrant from the state of Colorado.
Gracias, señor. Ha sido arrestado por una orden de arresto que sale del estado de Colorado.
That works differently than an in-state warrant.
Funciona diferente que una orden de arresto de dentro de este estado.
I'm going to tell you your extradition rights in a moment, as well as give you your next court date.
Le voy a recitar sus derechos de extradición en un momento y también más información.
This warrant was issued January 28th of 2025.
Esta orden de arresto fue emitida el 28 de enero de 2025.
It comes from the city and county of Denver, Colorado.
Y viene de la ciudad y condado de Denver, Colorado.
And it states that you have been charged with the following crimes.
Y dice que se le ha acusado de los siguientes delitos.
4 counts of sexual assault on a child under the age of 15 from a position of trust and as a pattern of abuse.
4 acusaciones de abuso sexual contra un menor de menos de 15 años de edad y desde una posición de confianza y de repetidas ocasiones.
The Colorado authorities have informed this court that they do wish to extradite you to Colorado for prosecution.
Las autoridades de Colorado han indicado que desean extraditarlo a usted de acá para Colorado.
You have 4 important rights in an extradition case.
En un caso de extradición, usted tiene 4 derechos importantes.
First, you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona within 90 days after today.
El primero es que tiene derecho de solicitar una audiencia de extradición dentro de 90 días acá en Arizona.
Secondly, as part of the extradition proceedings, you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of each state before you could be taken back to Colorado without your agreement.
También tiene derecho de insistir en que se haga una orden de parte de los gobernadores de ambos estados antes de que se le pueda obligar a regresar a Colorado en contra de su voluntad.
Thirdly, you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the Arizona extradition proceedings.
El tercer derecho es que tiene el derecho de contratar a un abogado por su cuenta solo para el caso de extradición de Arizona.
But I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because the criminal case is not happening in Arizona. Extradition is a civil case.
Pero no estoy nombrando un abogado para representarlo en Arizona porque las acusaciones penales es un caso penal, pero no es en Arizona. Lo de Arizona es un caso de extradición que es de tipo civil.
So you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense for the extradition proceedings or to represent yourself.
Entonces, en Arizona, para el caso de extradición, tiene derecho o de contratar a un abogado y pagar el costo o representarse a sí mismo.
I am setting your next court date in this case. It is not your extradition hearing. It's just the first hearing between now and when that extradition hearing occurs.
Estoy programando su primera audiencia. No es la primera audiencia de extradición, simplemente es la próxima audiencia a partir de ahora.
That court date is Monday, April 14th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Esa audiencia es el lunes 14 de abril a la 1:30 de la tarde.
The address in downtown Phoenix will be on your paperwork.
La dirección del centro de Phoenix va a estar en las hojas que va a recibir.
And in this case, you also have the right to bail. That is your fourth right. It is the right to bail.
En este caso también tiene derecho a una fianza, es el cuarto derecho a una fianza.
Colorado issued this as a no bond warrant with bail to be set at this first hearing.
Colorado emitió esta orden de arresto sin fianza, pero con la posibilidad de fianza en el estado que viene a ser Arizona ahora, y la fianza se determina en la primera audiencia.
And at this stage of the proceedings, this court has almost no additional information on your case other than the nature of the charges.
En este momento no tengo casi nada más de información aparte de las puras acusaciones.
The court has also reviewed what pretrial services was able to find, which indicates that you don't have any criminal history in this country.
Y la Agencia de Control de Procesados pudo hacer investigación y lo único que pudieron determinar es que en este país no tiene antecedentes delictivos.
And that it does not appear that you have any known ties to Arizona or to Colorado.
Y también que parece que no tienen ningún enlace conocido ni con Arizona ni con Colorado.
The date of the warrant tends to indicate that you could have fled Colorado specifically to avoid this prosecution.
La fecha de la orden de Colorado implica que tal vez se dio la fuga de Colorado para evitar este enjuiciamiento.
And the type of charges are the kind that typically carry decades in prison if one is convicted.
Y este tipo de acusaciones normalmente conlleva décadas de penitenciaría si la persona queda condenada.
They are also the type that tend to suggest a person may be dangerous to other children in the community.
También son acusaciones que tienden a indicar que la persona presenta un peligro para otros menores de la comunidad.
So on that basis, this court sets bail in the amount of $500,000 and it is cash only.
Entonces, en base a eso, este tribunal le impone una fianza de $500,000 en efectivo solamente.
If you deposit that money with the Arizona court, you can be out of custody while the extradition proceedings are occurring.
Si usted deposita esa fianza, podrá salir en libertad mientras esté sucediendo el proceso de extradición.
But if you violate those conditions or miss a court date, you could lose your bail money forever, and Arizona will issue its own warrant for your arrest.
Pero si usted no se presenta para alguna audiencia, puede perder el dinero y Arizona puede emitir también su propia orden de arresto.
All of this information is on your paperwork, along with a copy of your extradition rights in English.
Todo esto está en las hojas que va a recibir junto con una recitación de sus derechos de extradición en inglés.
You will have a chance to agree to go back to Colorado if you want to at your next hearing.
En la próxima audiencia va a tener una oportunidad de indicar si desea regresar voluntariamente a Colorado a enfrentar las acusaciones.
All right, we're going to get that printed and sent out to you. If you please step out to your left. Thank you.
Nada más
Vamos a
tengo una
imprimir
pregunta.
eso y darle los papeles, si puede pasar a la izquierda. ¿Perdón?
¿Puedo hacer unas preguntas a la juez, por favor?
May I ask Your Honor, some questions?
Lo de la fianza, ¿la puedo pagar ahora? Tengo que pagar todo lo de la fianza y son $500,000.
If I want to pay the bail, do I have to pay all of it right now? And it is $500,000?
That is correct.
Así es.
Lo mínimo.
That's the least amount.
Correct. And the court has set that because the court is unaware of what the specific allegations may be against you beyond what was charged.
Correcto. Y se determinó esa cifra porque no tengo acceso a más información que una recitación de las acusaciones.
And the type and length of sentence that you could face could be something that would make even an innocent person flee to avoid a possible effective life sentence.
Y las acusaciones son de una índole y incluyen la posibilidad de tanto tiempo de penitenciaría que hasta una persona inocente tendría mucho motivo para darse a la fuga.
Sí, de hecho, yo cuando me dijo la juez que yo me había dado la fuga de Colorado, las personas que pusieron la demanda, ellas desde el principio sabían dónde estaba yo. Y la demanda la interpusieron en noviembre.
And in fact, the people who filed the suit, as he's saying, knew where I was, and they did that in November.
Okay, talk to a lawyer. That's not a suit, sir. These are criminal charges, and you could face decades in prison.
Hable con un abogado, señor, porque no es una demanda. Son acusaciones penales y usted puede enfrentar décadas de tiempo en la penitenciaría.
The only question for Arizona is, does Colorado have the right to take you back there without your voluntary agreement?
La única cuestión que está ante el Tribunal de Arizona es que si Colorado tiene el derecho de llevárselo a usted en contra de su voluntad a Arizona. Digo, de Arizona a Colorado.
The question of your guilt is not something that will be litigated in Arizona. That will happen in Colorado.
La cuestión de su culpabilidad no es una cuestión que se va a litigar en Arizona, sino en Colorado.
All right. If you please take your paperwork, that will be all
si
done.
puede llevarse sus hojas y salir a la izquierda. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to the interpreter. You're the best. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. I understand it happens sometimes. No problem.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to do my house call record while we get everybody back in here. And that is, I guess I'll have to talk to them about why we're a house call. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's a note in here. The information from MCSO was that he threatened to take MCSO's guns and shoot them and was engaging in destructive behavior in the jail. So I will Conduct Mr. Francisco Calles' initial appearance in person in-house. As soon as we're done with everybody else, I will advise him, let's see, his date of birth is 9/7/90, that he got booked in on 2 counts of possessing narcotic drugs, class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause, and I am appointing a lawyer for him. Setting 3 court dates. The status conference April 8th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. In between those, he'll have a bail eligibility hearing April 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And as I will let him know, because I did find probable cause and he is on release in an open case, this court believes that he must be held without bail in this case. I'll explain that to him, and if anything changes, I'll supplement the record afterwards. I guess shall we go ahead? I'm sorry for all the confusion, officers. I apologize. Were you waiting? Because I can do this, guy, as long as everybody's out. Okay, let's go ahead and do Mr. Cadena, and then you can get out of here too, Ms. Gaunt. And everybody can get out of here. Did we lose a lawyer? I swear there was a lawyer in there. I feel like those should be glass doors. All right, right here, sir. Okay, all right, and let us go ahead on number 21. All right, sir, may I start with your full name and date of birth, please?
Juan Canela Olivares, November 22nd, 2006.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
And defense?
Ramon Zapata on behalf of Mr. Olivares.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Cadena Olivares, you have been arrested on the following allegations: kidnapping, a class 2 felony; molestation of a child, a class 2 felony; sexual abuse, a class 3 felony; stalking, a class 5 felony; and aggravated assault on a minor under the age of 15, that is a class 6 felony. Based on what the police presented, counsel, I am prepared to find probable cause today, but first let me find out if you want to be heard on that before I make a decision.
Just quickly, Your Honor, for the molestation, the sex abuse charges, we'd ask the court amend those down to attempted. I did review the probable cause statement, and I believe attempted would be more appropriate, given that I don't believe PC was established for full completed act.
Okay, let me hear the state's response, please.
Your Honor, I think that there's enough information in the Form 4 to indicate that he did, in fact, grab the victim's breast, as well as I do believe that he had his hand did come in contact with her vaginal area as well.
All right. Mr. Cadena, I've considered what your lawyer has argued and the state's response, as well as what the police submitted. For purposes of probable cause only, I do find that there is probable cause for all of these as alleged. That includes a completed offense. That being said, as your lawyer will tell you, it's up to the county attorney what might be formally charged, but for purposes of the probable cause finding, I do find there is probable cause for all of these allegations. So I'm going to hear from the state first on what they are recommending, and then I'm going to hear from your lawyer. All right, Ms. Gaunt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for Mr. Cadena Olivares to be held non-bondable pursuant to Article 2, Section 22A1 of the Arizona Constitution based on dangerousness. This request is based on the nature of the charges. Mr. Olivares has 3 other open investigations regarding, one regarding alleged sexual conduct with a relative, the other 2 are alleged involved allegations related to that Mr. Olivares allegedly was randomly touching inappropriately touching of children while he was working at a retail store. In regards to the charged offenses, there was a strong weight of the evidence. He's made admissions to the police. He allegedly admitted that he followed the 10-year-old victim on Friday and expressed his wish to touch her, but because her mother was present, he did not do it on that day and returned again on Monday, believing that she may be alone at that time so that he could proceed with what he wanted to do. Our understanding is that these victims are strangers to to Mr. Olivares, these offenses alleged to have occurred in public. He appears to be unable to control his urges to sexually perpetrate on children. The state believes that he's extremely dangerous, and we don't believe that there are any release conditions that can appropriately protect the community from him.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Zapata. Your Honor, first of all, I'd like to say Mr. Olivares is 18 years old. He just turned 18 back in November. He's born and raised in Arizona. His parents, both of them, are in the hallway right now. They're watching the video. The cases the state has referenced, I might add, he was not arrested or charged on any of those prior offenses, so I don't think they're relevant to the court's consideration today. Again, Mr. Olivares is innocent until proven guilty. I think what's very relevant to whether the court is going to hold him non-baudable is, one, his age, two, there wasn't actual physical injury alleged in the probable cause statement. Mr. Olivares also has a learning disability and has had one since he was young. He's been diagnosed with autism. He was attending high school up until this incident, which ended his term of high school. But he did have IEP. He was being accommodated for his disability. I think perhaps the statements that he made should be interpreted in many ways to the fact that he does have a learning disability, that there may definitely be issues with the court placing greater weight on his confession, whatever he supposedly told the police during his interview. Again, he has no reason to flee. Electric monitoring will allow the court and probation to ensure that Mr. Olivares stays at home, that he's under the custody of his parents, and I think that would be sufficient, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cadena, I've considered what's been alleged against you, and the state statements and your lawyers. And I will say, Mr. Zapata, I agree that without, I guess, probable cause presented, meaning the reason that, the underlying facts in those cases, that the court does not and is not relying on those cases, relying only on this case and what's being alleged. I agree with the state that what is being alleged appears to be an inability to control urges that could easily result in offenses out in the community while the case is pending. And the court gave some consideration to the question of whether any condition or combination of conditions could reasonably account for that and keep the community safe. And it is the court's conclusion that there is not a combination of conditions that would, because even if the court places him on an ankle monitor under house arrest, that does not prevent him from leaving the house to potentially find a child on the street and do this again. And the evidence of deliberate behavior and targeting, as well as, I believe, the knowledge that the child's mother would not have permitted it, and the fact that it's alleged that he came back on another day was a calculation, all of which leads the court to believe that there is not a combination of the conditions that's going to protect the community sufficiently, at least to the level of probable cause, which is the standard at today's hearing. So I am going to grant the state's request. And I do make that finding that no condition or combination of conditions can secure the community. The legislature, well, it's in the Constitution, but the legislature passed statutes and the Supreme Court passed rules about this being a possibility for the court. And so this court does not do it lightly. I don't do it lightly. I don't do it very often. But I believe that that law should have meaning, and that this is an individual for whom the loss of money bail or restrictions from pretrial services may not, or I believe that there's a real possibility that will not prevent him from violating, and that the consequences of him committing this type of offense on even one child, injury or no injury, I should say physical injury, is too high, and the safety of the community is an issue. So I am going to order that. But, Mr. Cadena, as your lawyer will tell you, you get a substantially longer hearing about this issue. It is an evidentiary hearing. It has a bail eligibility hearing. So let me give you your dates, okay? First, you'll go to a status conference April 8th, which is this Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing set 2 days later, April 10th at 8:30. In between those, 1 week from today, you will have a bail eligibility hearing, April 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. The subject of that hearing is whether the state has enough evidence that you will continue to be held without bail. And as your lawyer will explain, he can confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You can present evidence at that hearing if you want to. And that court will take up the question with a higher standard, which is proof evidence presumption grade, as to whether not only you committed these offenses, but they will also evaluate whether they believe that there is any condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the safety of the community. This court finds at this moment, based on what I have to go on, there is not. So we're going to get that finalized. Let me sign it. And I am ordering, the way that our orders print, it's a limited use form on our order. But I am ordering no contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of jail. It's going to appear on your orders as a release condition. I did not release you, but I want to make very clear you may not have any contact with the alleged victim or victims. Anything else that the state is...
Yes, Your Honor, I would request an order. I understand he's going to be held at this time, but for no contact with any minors. Additionally, the state would make a motion to seal the Form 4. The law enforcement inadvertently listed the victim's name.
Okay. And I do see, did you provide a redacted one already? Or was that
I did for counsel.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have it on.
Oh.
It appears that the format for the new Form 4 lists the victim's name right at the very top.
Yeah, the new format for the Form 4 is interesting. All right, I see the addendum in here, the redacted one. Okay, so, Mr. Zapata, as you may or may not be aware, the sealing of the Form 4 at IA, all it does is it prevents the unredacted Form 4 from getting uploaded into OnBase by the clerk, but the state is to provide a redacted one. They've done that. So the redacted one should upload in the normal course, but did you want to be heard on the question of sealing the current one?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then that motion is granted, and I have re-signed it, so we'll make sure that takes in the system. I want to be especially careful. There's many cases where we know the defendant knows the alleged victim's name. This is a case where I'm not sure of that. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you, right, if that's granted, then we'll remove that one. And then this is the sealed box check. Okay, thanks. All right, we look like we're good to go. All right, so I do have several more hearings to do, counsel, if you want to keep using the room. I'm sure you've got another 10 minutes because one of them is an out-of-state warrant, so you're welcome to keep using the room.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, for sure. Thanks. You've served your time. Okay. And then I did my house call, so I'm going to sit for half a second because the back hurts. I think I can sit, but that makes it worse. Okay, cool. That's why you've been talking about my knees and my teeth. right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
They have to take it to the other side.
Okay, understood. Yeah, no, okay, thanks.
That was probably maybe.
Yeah. Exactly. And they scatter. I'm sorry. I don't love doing it that way, but I had a feeling, you know, without being out of state and the expedition stuff, doing that with language line would be just awful.
Yeah, it's really weird.
And I was glad it was a very nice interpreter because they could have been like, we're at lunch.
I know, right? And he was pretty good though.
Oh, he's very good. He's always so nice. Alrighty, let me get back to my screen. Okay, I am looking for Mr. Lopez, Jose Lopez, and then Kevin Rose. Will you go to the chair? Right here, sir. Podium. All right, and good afternoon. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
My name, Jose Luis Lopez. My date of birth is 10/1/93.
Okay, thanks. You're in a warrant from University Lakes Justice Court. This is listed as an initial arrest warrant, and it says that you were charged with resisting arrest passively, Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal trespass as a Class 3 misdemeanor with an alleged offense date of March 24th of this year. So, in this case, initial arrest warrant means you have not missed any court hearings. So I'm planning to release you. As far as I could tell, your other charge is scratched. Do you think there's anything else holding you? Because
well, currently,
do you have other cases?
I'm here on a felony burglary, felony flight, and a felony possession of drug paraphernalia.
Okay, but according to this, those scratched. Let me just double check, okay? Because what I was trying to figure out is, did they find this when they were processing you for release?
I don't know.
Okay, because I'm looking at, this is, hang on a second, this is your resisting arrest, drug paraphernalia, theft. This is from the 24th. That one did not get timely filed, so we call that scratched. It doesn't mean you won't ever be charged. It just means that you're not being held on that anymore. And then let me look on the 27th, you were accused of burglary and criminal trespass, and that one says not filed. So right now, those felony charges scratched, which again doesn't mean they're gone forever, but it means the county attorney did not choose to charge them yet. So, do you know of any other cases? Then I'm gonna release you. Hopefully, you're not stuck in on something else.
I have a misdemeanor.
From where?
At a here, where I wasn't released, so I couldn't take care of it, and it was.
That might be the one I have. I'm gonna just ask the officer. Do you see any other cases for Mr. Lopez?
I want to say it was March 21st where I had a report with to get back in contact with my fines.
That may be this one. I don't know. So, all right. Well, this is initial arrest warrant, which means I don't have a basis to hold you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to mess you up by giving you a court date when you're actually stuck in jail.
Yeah.
So, you're going to give me an arraignment hearing of April 22nd, which is about 3 weeks from now, very close to 3 weeks from now. April 22nd, 1:30 in the afternoon, in the University Lakes Justice Court, which I think is in Chandler, and the address is on your paperwork. So I'm going to release you. Go to court. Don't go back to wherever this was, this criminal trespass. Don't miss these court dates. Just show up and everything is fine, okay? All right, get your paperwork. I think you should be processed for release, but check with the officers. They'll let you know if any other city has a hold on you or something. But as far as I can see, both of those felony cases scratched, meaning they're not pending against you at this moment.
Okay.
All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Rose? And then Rodney Jones, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
It's Kevin Colin Rose, and it's 7/18/1995.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from El Mirage City Court, and in that case, looks like you've been charged with drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 1 misdemeanor, alleged to have happened back on March 6th of this year. This is So I'm going to give you a court date, which is April 22nd. That's almost 3 weeks from now. 8 o'clock in the morning in the El Mirage City Court. And I'm going to release you on your own recognizance because right now I don't have any reason to think you won't appear. If you give us one by not appearing, then you'll get a bond next time. But hopefully you don't like jail and you're going to show up on the 22nd. Go. If you don't, you know what happens. So everything's going to be on your paperwork. You'll get your copy. Just try to be patient. It can still take many hours to be released. Okay? All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones. And then Mr. Ramirez, you can go to the chair after that. All right, right there, sir. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Rodney Gerald Jones, 5/24/1968.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jones, you got arrested for possessing dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia. Those are both felonies. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, and I am giving you a court date, 2 court dates. The first is a status conference, April 17th, which is 2 weeks from now, April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, April 21st. The court address will be on your paperwork. And in your case, I'm releasing you because the police did not provide enough information to support their allegation that what you had was methamphetamine. They do have to meet a legal standard. So even though you do have a pretty good list of felony priors, none of those appear to be violent. I'm not worried about you. I just want you to come to court, okay? So I'm not finding probable cause for this hearing. It does not mean the case is dismissed. It just means you're entitled to be released, okay? So talk to your lawyer about how that works. I gave you a phone number on your paperwork. You can call that phone number a few days ahead of time. Make sure you still have a court date, because sometimes in these drug cases, the county attorney waits for the lab results to come back before they go file the formal charges. And if they don't file the formal charges in time, your court date will scratch. And I don't want you to waste a trip to court if the county attorney missed the filing deadline. So call the number, maybe that's Monday. The 17th is a Thursday, so on the Monday before, start calling the number on your paperwork and say, do I still have a hearing on the 17th? They will tell you. And then that way, if the county attorney decided to wait for lab results in your case, you won't waste a trip downtown. Okay?
So call first.
Yeah, I'd call that Monday before the court date, okay? Everything is on your paperwork. Just step to that. They'll give you a copy, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, then Mr. Ramirez. I guess I feel a little bit better about my knee. All right, Mr. Ramirez, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Esteban Oscar Ramirez, 02/16/1994.
Okay, thanks. You are here on a warrant from another state.
Yeah.
Well,
no, on a reservation.
Another jurisdiction.
Yeah.
It's from the Gila River Indian community, and it is for a failure to appear in arraignment on March 5th of this year. It looks like you've been charged in that court with 2 counts of aggravated assault as felonies. I think I read somewhere that it was alleged to be on an officer, but this just says aggravated assault. 1 count of threatening and intimidating, 1 count of interfering with law enforcement or jail employees, 1 count of criminal damage to property. So you have extradition rights, even though it's kind of on the other side of town. Mm-hmm. And so you can choose to exercise those rights and have a hearing here in Maricopa County before you can be involuntarily taken over to the community for prosecution. You can also agree to go back, and we call that waiving extradition. And so you don't have to waive extradition. You never do. We just give people an opportunity. So let me tell you your rights real quick, and then you can tell me if you want to think about waiving and just agreeing to go back to it's Gila River, right?
Yeah, Gila River.
Okay. So first, you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Maricopa County within 90 days after today. You have the right, as part of that, to get what we call a governor's warrant. But in a tribal case, there is an analogous document that the tribal court has to sign, or maybe it's the tribal executive, meaning they have to formally ask for you. We call it a governor's warrant when it comes from another state. But I've never directly done extradition court, but talking to our extradition judge, there is an analogous document that the Gila River government has to produce and present. Then Arizona presents it and says, yes, Gila River formally wants you. And so you have a right to have those documents prepared and produced in court. And Katie Hobbs would have to sign the one from the Arizona state jurisdiction. Yeah. And so that's your second right. Third right is you have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you in the extradition proceedings here in Maricopa County. You have the right to a counsel to defend your case back on the community, the tribal court, we would just, you just have the right to hire a lawyer to fight extradition if that's what you want to do in Maricopa County. Finally, you do have the right to bail if you don't waive extradition. And based on your criminal history, I would set bail at $5,000 secured if you don't agree to go back. You could post the $5,000, but you couldn't leave the state of Arizona without the Maricopa County Court's permission because we haven't officially given you to Gila River. You can also bypass all of that and agree to go back.
Yes.
I can take that waiver if you want to do it. That'll start a 30-day clock against the tribe to come and get you. They'll have 30 calendar days to pick you up and take you over there, put you in front of a judge in their court. If they don't, you get released, but their warrant does stay active in the national system and you could be rearrested on it. If you waive, I have to hold you no bond, and they're going to get 30 days to drive across town and get you.
I thought they do 3 days because the guy said that they have 3 days to pick me up.
I don't know who, honestly. I don't know where they got.
So I have to spend 30 days. I have to spend 30 days here.
No, you don't have to. If you agree,
I want to wait. I want to go back. Yeah.
Then you go as soon as they come.
Okay.
They just get extra time to come and get you. How long Gila River typically takes to come get folks, I don't know. I really have no idea. It could be up to 30. I guess we'd all be surprised, but that is theoretically possible. You have to be ready for that outcome if that's what happens. But in any event, I can't decide for you. If you don't want to waive, no problem. Nobody can make you waive.
No, I want to waive. I'll rather waive it so I can hurry up and get back. Okay. I don't want to stay here for 3 days. 30 days.
Right, because nobody.
I'd rather get it over with.
Right, sure. All right, let me ask you the formal question. Okay. If you still want to give up your rights, then I can take your waiver. Hold on. I always do the script so I don't mess it up. Okay, so did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork? That's the card we give you. Did you read it?
No, because they're telling me that it's just for if you're Spanish fluent. And I'm like, no, I'm English.
No, they got confused. There's a Spanish guy who I said, don't give the Spanish guy the card because I don't do Spanish waivers because that's optional for the court, and we don't do it when we have a ton of people.
Yeah.
You should have had it. I can't take I'm going to have to hold you over. Well, you know what we could do is we could do the house call, give them the card, we'll sit you back out there with the card to read it, because that's what you're going to sign.
Okay.
If you still want to waive, then when I come back, I'll be coming through there. You'll come in here and we'll do your waiver. But you have to read that. If you don't read it, I can't take your waiver because that's what you sign.
Okay.
So let's do that. Yeah, we can take you out. I'll go do my house call, which is in-house, and then I'll come back. Okay, thank you. I would just take a little pause. Mr. Ramirez's and anybody looking for the house call record on Francisco Calles. It was about 10 minutes ago on this recording. All right, we're just going to take a brief recess while I go do that house call. Okay, thanks. hand sanitizer. Yeah, Biddy. Okay. I know. Hey. No, yeah, he's going to come right up. Okay. All right. Okay, sir. Any questions for me before I ask if you understand your rights and want to give them up? I'll go through the rights one at a time. Any questions? No. Okay. All right. So let me ask you. Let's see. Okay. First, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork we gave you? Yes. All right. Do you understand you do not have to sign the waiver paperwork? Yes. Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in the Maricopa County Court? Yes. Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition case? Yes. Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant or the tribal equivalent be signed by both jurisdictions before you are returned? Yes. And do you understand that you have the right to bail if you don't waive? That's the $5,000 that I said I would set. But if you do waive, you do get held up to 30 days, no bond, until Gila River comes to get you. Do you understand that? Can you just repeat the last part? Sure. Sorry. I know it's confusing. And this is assuming that you don't have any other Arizona bonds or warrants or holds. I don't have no other warrants. I don't see any, but if something pops up, I have to let you know. Yeah. That stops the clock. You have to do Arizona stuff. Okay. So if you do not waive, if you say, nope, I don't want to waive, I want to go to court, have my extradition hearing, I'm going to set a $5,000 secured bond, and I'll give you your first court hearing in the extradition case, which will be the 14th. But they have 90 days to give you the hearing. I just set the first hearing. So it's $5,000 secured and a hearing on the 14th if you don't waive. If you do waive, then you are no bond from the minute you walk out of the courtroom. You're non-bondable for up to 30 days. You can't bond out while you're waiting to see if Gila River comes to get you. Yeah. So I just need to make sure you understand that if you waive, you do not have the ability to bond out until you get to the 30-day mark, in which case you just get...
Well, whenever they do come, if they come.
Indeed.
If they come, they come. But what... Right. Okay, I get all of that. Okay. I get all of it. I'm willing to waive it.
Okay. So understanding all those rights, sounds like you do want to give them up and sign the paperwork. I need a yes or no? Yes. Okay, thanks. Just in case anybody ever transcribes it. Has anybody threatened you or promised you something to get you to sign the waiver paperwork? No. And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours? No. All right. Then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are waiving your right to an extradition hearing on this warrant and agreeing to go back to the tribal court for this case. So, and that you're signing the waiver, I just said this, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. So I will also sign it, and my orders will direct our sheriff's office to notify Gila River Indian community that you are ready to return, and they will have 30 calendar days. It starts the day after you waive, so it's 30 calendar days starting tomorrow to come and get you. If they don't, then you do get released, but remember the warrant stays active and you could be rearrested on it. Yeah. So even though we all know intuitively that they just have to drive across town, so the odds of them failing to come get you are really low. Yeah. But if it happens, just know that you could be rearrested on the same warrant. Yeah. But practically speaking, our sheriff's office has an extradition office. As soon as they get the waivers for the day, they start calling. And you know they'll be on Gila River to get you out of here because right now you cost money to the county. Yeah. And so hopefully it's much less, but as long as you're prepared for it to be up to 30, then your rights will not have been violated. So, all right, any questions about that before we finish?
So what will happen to me? What would be?
You're going to get classified and sent to a jail, like security classification. They'll send you to a pod. You'll get a mattress. It'll be better.
So like I'll go Durango or something?
Exactly. You'll go wherever it is that they send you. You don't wait in this building. This is the least comfortable place in the system. But assuming you still want to do this, you have to sign a couple times electronically. You're signing what we showed you, and then you get your own copy. If you don't want to sign, you still can back out of this. You don't have to do this. This is optional.
No, I want to do it.
Okay, go ahead and step over here. My clerk will tell you when to sign, and good luck, sir. All right. Mine shows sign, so I'm going to slow walk out of here to see if it's okay. All right, we're going to stand in recess till 2 p.m. Anybody looking for the house call record should look back about at least 20 minutes on this recording. Thank you. like kind of high, right? Sorry for the torture.
No. Same volunteers thing, our torture.
Hey, I'm gonna move you guys over to the other stream. I opened